we get highlighted. No. Good morning, colleagues. Please take your seats. Good morning, colleagues. Please take your seats.
Wow.
Oh,
wow. That we don't want. That's fine.
So I'd like to welcome members of the public to this meeting of the council, particularly those who are watching the live stream on the council's YouTube channel. The council supports the principles of transparency and encourages filming, recording and taking photographs at its meetings that are open to the public. Members are therefore advised that this meeting may be filmed, recorded or photographed. Please can I ask all members to turn their mobile phones to silent or vibrate while the meeting is taking place. There is no fire alarm test scheduled for today, so if the alarm sounds, I will adjourn the meeting and we will make our way downstairs via this fire escape in the corridor behind you. The muster point is at the far end of the building. I have received apologies from councillors Atkins, Hoy, Smith, Fuller, Prentice and Gowing. Are there any other apologies that I need to note? None. Sorry.
Councillor Howell sends his apologies for late. He will be arriving late.
Thank you, Councillor Golsack. Okay, so I will now vacate the chair, but before I do so, can I invite the monitoring officer to conduct item 1, the election of chair of council.
Thank you, Chair. The first item is the election of the chair. Please may I have the nominations for the office of chair of the council for the ensuing municipal year.
I would like to nominate Councillor Sebastian Kindersley for chair of the council, please.
Thank you. And do you have a seconder?
I will second the chair. Thank you.
Councillor Machini. Are there any other nominations? Councillor Count.
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to nominate Councillor Mac Maguire as chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And do you have a seconder?
Yeah, very happy to second.
Thank you, Councillor Golsack. Are there any other nominations at all? Thank you. I will now take a vote by a show of hands. Those in favour of Councillor Kindersley. Thank you. And those in favour of Councillor Maguire. Thank you. I formally declare that Councillor Kindersley be elected Chair of the County Council for the ensuing municipal year.
Thank you, colleagues, very much. There is a piece of paper that I need to sign, and whilst officers have a bit of a struggle to find out where it's gone, I would like to express my very grateful, for my extreme gratitude as I address you as your new chair. And I'd very much like to express my appreciation for the trust you've placed in me, for which I am most thankful. I promise to carry out my duties to the best of my abilities, always keeping the interests of our communities at heart and endeavouring to act with fairness and impartiality. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank council officers who work tirelessly behind the scenes, as we know, as it is their efforts that keep the gears of this council running smoothly. I would particularly like to thank Councillor Stephen Ferguson for having skillfully and enthusiastically, sometimes a little sternly, it is true, chaired this council with good humour, enthusiasm, a steady hand, and with eyes open in wonderment every moment of the job that he did as chair. He has been a rock star chair. Colleagues, please let us remember the essence of public service is to work collaboratively, to prioritize the common good, to strive for the betterment of our communities. I look forward to constructive and open dialogue, respectful debate, and a recognition that although we are all different, we are working to a common goal. Thank you once again. I would like now to, having thanked Councillor Ferguson myself, to invite a number of other members to say a few words, starting with Councillor Netzinger.
Thank you, Councillor Kindersley. It is my great pleasure to be able to thank Councillor Ferguson for his time as chair of this council, a role that he undertook under really very unusual circumstances and in some ways quite difficult circumstances. And I think it's important to remember just how difficult and strange the time that Stephen took over was. Not least partly because we were coming out of the period of COVID and we were still having to understand how we as a council were going to work in future, to work in our new building. But also Stephen took over at very short notice when Derek Giles became unwell and unable to do the job. Having only been a member of this council for a very, very short time, and the learning curve that he went on in order to undertake that role, and the good humour, goodwill, and just sheer hard work that he put in to learning all of the skills that were required to chair what is not always an easy meeting by any stretch of the imagination was really, really impressive. So thank you so much, Stephen, for that astonishing amount of work and skill with which you undertook that at the start of your period as chair. But also thank you for the rock star way in which you have continued to carry out that role. It has been a real pleasure to have you chairing this council for the last 18 months. There are many highlights, but I am going to, I'm afraid, mention my favourite, which was the occasion on which he told Councillor Tierney to sit down. I have debated in my head whether I should mention that, Councillor Tierney, and I hope you won't mind, but it was one of many fine moments of chairing, and it has been, you have been a very firm and a very fair chair of this council, and we are grateful for all you have offered us over the last 18 months. So thank you, Stephen.
Councillor Machini.
Thank you, Chair. I don't intend to add very much to that other than, I've been on this council for 7 years now. I can't imagine many more difficult jobs than managing this bunch of people. And it's absolutely amazing the way that Councillor Ferguson have done that. And I think the best summary ever was what you said. Truly a rock star. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you very much. And good luck to you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Sanderson.
Thank you, Chair. I saw a commercial recently that said the word rock star is overused, actually, but I think in this case, this case, I think it's very appropriate. Stephen's been a magnificent chair. He's probably better known than most rock stars in Cambridgeshire. That's fair to say. He's not only been a superb chair, but he's also been great outside of the chamber, marvelous ambassador for our county and for the local community. I think the two things I'll miss the most about his chairmanship, I'll miss the two of you, Chair, bickering as you decide who's going to speak next. That's always quite amusing, sitting so close to you. And I think I will miss the humour that he brought to the meetings. We've had some very difficult meetings, very technical at times. Things have got tetchy, but he's always brought, I think, great sense of decency and transparency to our meetings. So we will definitely miss him in the chair's role, but I know you yourself, Chair, will do a superb job. We have a policy of recycling at this council, so it's good to see you back in the role. But I'll echo what my joint administration colleagues have said, and thank you very much, Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you. Councillor Count.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I too want to pass on my thanks for the competent way in which the chairman has managed the council. There have been some highs and lows, and for me, one of the lowest was asking Steve Tierney to sit down. The one thing I would say is I don't recognise the moniker rockstar chairmanship from Stephen Ferguson. I'm sure if he trashed a hotel room, did some drug taking and threw a TV in the swimming pool, that would have been on social media and I would have noticed. So I don't really quite see it that way. But he did do a competent job of running the council. And it is a difficult task, and I can say it's made it more difficult by the likes of people like me, and he handled me quite well. So I applaud you for that, Stephen, and I'll move on. And some words of advice for the new chair of the council. The first words out of your mouth were, we're looking for the paper that the officers have lost and can't seem to find. Don't go through the next 2 years blaming officers for everything. It won't suit you well.
Thank you, Councillor Count. I feel suitably admonished. And finally, Councillor Ferguson, if you'd like to say some words.
Hold it for me as well. So thank you very much. Yeah, it was a big job 18 months ago, 15 months ago. It was only I've been to 4 county council meetings before I chaired one, and one of those was a purely ceremonial annual meeting as well. So I really didn't know what I was doing in the early days. So I need to thank everybody on that front bench along there. Sebastian for being an excellent vice chair and elbow me in the ribs every time I went off piste a bit. Democratic Services, Michelle Rose said I was the least experienced councillor ever to sit in the chair, which was true. If you look on the board outside, you'll see that for the past 25 years, only Derek and I have done this without serving a 2-year apprenticeship as vice chair. And Chair, you've done a vice chairmanship and a chairmanship, and you're back for your second term. I think I think you're the first ever councillor to be re-elected to the chair, which shows that you're a glutton for punishment, I think. So thank you to all you guys. Thank you, Democratic Services. Thank you to Stephen Moyer for being a very supportive chief executive. Our times almost completely overlapped as well, which was good. And I was very proud to be the first councillor to chair a full council meeting in this place, and also to open the building and have my name on the plaque, despite doing nothing other than reading a sheet of A4 paper, which is quite impressive. But I especially wanted to thank Zoe and Catherine, who in the Chief Executive's office, who acted as my executive assistant for the year. I'm a very disorganized person, and they kept me in order with constant WhatsApp reminders and phone calls as well. I think, I had over 100 civic engagements, and I managed to get to almost all of them, I think, as well. So that's down to them. And thank you to everybody here for being so excellent and being generally very well behaved. Thank you. And good luck to you, Chair, and congratulations on your election.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ferguson, you're not quite finished. If you'd like to come forward, I have a small presentation to make to you. So, members, this is a badge of office marking your service as chair, and a photo album, which requires a certain amount of work. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. So last part of this part of the meeting, I, Sebastian Gerald Molesworth Kindersley, having been elected to the office of Chair of Cambridgeshire County Council, declare that I take that office upon myself and will duly and faithfully fulfil the duties of it according to the best of my judgment and ability. Do you want me to sign it? Thank you very much. The second item on our agenda is the election of Vice Chair. Please, may I have any nominations for the office of Vice Chair of Council for the ensuing municipal year? Councillor Machine.
Please, Mr. Chairman, could I nominate Councillor Jerry Bird?
Thank you. Councillor Netzinger.
I'd like to second that.
Thank you. Do I have any other nominations? Councillor Count.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'd like to nominate Councillor McMaguire. I think it'd be useful to have a vice chair trained up ready for 2023 to take the chairmanship. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Count. Do you have a seconder?
Very happy to second that, Chair.
Thank you. So I am now going to invite the monitoring officer to conduct a vote.
Thank you very much. Please, can I have any nomination? Sorry,
Hands up.
sorry. It's in the middle of writing something else. Please, we're going to conduct a vote on the nominations. Can I, by show of hands, can I have those in favour of Councillor Bird? Thank you. Can I have those in favour of Councillor Maguire, please? Thank you. Councillor Bird is consequently elected Vice Chairman of the Council for the ensuing municipal year.
Thank you. Councillor Bird, congratulations. If you would like to join me here at the top table, I will give you your badge of office shortly. Members, whilst there is a certain amount of movement taking place, can I urge you not to touch the voting equipment, please, as it has to be reprogrammed. Can I take this opportunity to remind members that there is a fostering recruitment officer downstairs, Catherine Chamberlain, who is maintaining a stall. You will be no doubt aware that there's a national shortage of fostering households. As such, the primary objective of the local authorities fostering recruitment team is to increase the number of fostering households by promoting and raising awareness of the need for new foster carers within the Peterborough and Cambridgeshire area. Fundamentally, an increase in local foster carers ensures that local children and young people can maintain their local connections and relationships. So please, members, may I ask you during the breaks to go and pick up some of the various goodies that Catherine has downstairs and perhaps share some ideas about how we can increase the number of families that we have looking after our children. Congratulations. Very good. Splendid. Dan, are we all systems go? Nick? Splendid. The next item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes of the meeting of the council held on the 21st of March 2023. The council is asked to agree these as a correct record. If any member does not agree, would you please raise your hand now? An updated motions log is also included in the published papers for this meeting for your information in order to report on progress. Whilst I will not be reopening the debate on any motion in the motions log, I will take questions and comments. If you wish to pursue actions further, you will need to contact the allocated officer outside of this meeting. Any comment? I therefore will move on to the next item of the agenda, which is Chair's announcements, and I have several announcements to make today. I'm delighted to welcome Martin Purbrick, who joins the council from Bedford Borough Council, where he is the Director of Children's Services, with more than 24 years' experience working within children's services and a strong track record of service improvement and innovation. Martin, who is a qualified social worker, has a career which spans roles in the London boroughs of Sutton, Barnet, Hackney, Haringey, as well as with Essex County Council. I'm also delighted to welcome Patrick Warren Higgs, who joins the council from Essex County Council, where he is currently Director of Adult Social Care Essex Operations and Deputy to the Statutory Director of Adult Social Services. Martin and Patrick will be joining the council on the 12th of June 2023, and members, I'm sure you will make them both extremely welcome. The previous Chair of Council, possibly Chair Emeritus, attended the following events: St Neots Mayor's Ball, Unity Campus Topping Out Ceremony at Pampersford, the Mayor of St Ives Civic Charity Ball, afternoon tea to celebrate the refurbishment of the Octavia Hill Birthplace House, a VIP visit to Harry Spector's, flag raising for St George's Day at Newshire Hall, Colonel Derek Bristow's funeral, Huntingdon Town Council's Sunday Civic Service, service of Thanksgiving to mark the coronation of His Majesty the King and Her Majesty the Queen at Ely Cathedral, and a VIP visit to break ground on the new Whittle Laboratory in Cambridge, as well as the lowering of a flag at Newshire Hall to support Global Road Safety Week and Project Edward, every day without a road death. On behalf of the Chair, I attended the annual council meeting and mayor making ceremony in Ely last night, and that concludes my announcements. The next item is to note the report of the County Returning Officer, which sets out the result of the recent by-elections. This is included on your agenda at page 27. I would like to welcome Councillor Mike Black and to welcome back Councillor Bill Hunt to their first full council meeting. Councillor Black, would you like to stand up so everybody sees what you look like? Thank you very much. Councillor Hunt, would you like to stand up and refresh council's memory of what you look like?
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. And I don't think I could let this first meeting go by without thanking a group of people who made my return so easy. And I'm talking electorally, of course, about the administration who managed to bring in the congestion charge proposal, which made my securing this as a Conservative seat very possible. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt, for your comments. The next item is a declaration of interests. Under this item, members are asked to declare interests under the Code of Conduct in any item on the agenda for today's meeting, if they are not registered on the Register of Interests. May I have any declarations now, please? We move on to item O. Councillor Goff.
Yeah, I'd just like to make a declaration in respect of item 16B. As a member of the GCP board, I've been involved in previous discussions and decisions on that matter.
Thank you. Any further declarations of interest? Councillor Machini.
Same here, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further ones? Councillor Milnes.
Substitute member on the GCP.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Shaler.
I'm also on the GCP Assembly.
Thank you. I should just note that if these interests are already on the register of interest, you need not declare them, but I recognise there is public interest in this. Right. If there are no more declarations of interest, item number 7 is public question time, which allows members of the public to ask questions at the council meeting, provided they have given advance notice. Members will wish to note that given the significance of one of the items on the agenda today, I have exercised my discretion and accepted any eligible public questions submitted before the deadline. The council has received notice of 6 questions, the content of which has been circulated electronically to all members and published on the council's website. Can I ask Mr. Daniel Fulton to come forward and ask his question? Mr. Fulton, you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. When Parliament created the role of elected police and crime commissioners in 2011, it also created a statutory framework to ensure that these police and crime commissioners were held to account for serious misconduct. Under this statutory framework, police and crime panels, comprised primarily of members of local authorities, are tasked with the mandatory duty of recording complaints about police and crime commissioners. In practice, this mandatory duty is often delegated to a particular local authority known as the host authority. At present, the host authority for the Cambridgeshire Police and Crime Panel is Peterborough City Council. Inexplicably, Peterborough City Council has failed to perform its mandatory duty to record complaints about misconduct by the elected police and crime commissioner. This is particularly problematic because the Independent Office for Police Conduct can only investigate allegations once they are recorded. Since 2021, Cambridgeshire County Council, which represents over 3/4 of the Cambridgeshire police area, has demonstrated its commitments to high standards of accountability, professionalism, and propriety. In doing so, this council has upheld the principles of our democratic tradition and has helped to restore confidence in local government. Confidence in policing demands that the host authority for the Police and Crime Panel discharge its responsibilities in accordance with the principles of public service and the rule of law. If the Police and Crime Panel were to request that this council become its host authority, would the leader support the consideration of such a request? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fulton. Councillor Netzinger, you have an opportunity to respond. 2 minutes.
Thank you. I would like to say that should we receive any such request from the Police and Crime Panel, we would certainly consider it, as we would consider any request for us to look at our working relationships with partners. But I would also like to add that we do not at present have any reason to believe that Peterborough City Council are not hosting the panel in a satisfactory way. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Mr. Fulton, you have the opportunity in 1 minute to ask a supplementary question relating to your original question or the reply, or to seek clarification of the response to the original submitted question.
I would just like to thank the leader for her response. Thank you very much.
Mr. Fulton, thank you very much indeed. Thank you for coming and asking a question. We move on now to the next question, which is from Mr. Peter Johnson. Could I ask Mr. Johnson to come forward and ask his question? Is Mr. Johnson with us? No, he's not. Okay, in which case, Mr. Johnson's question will be dealt with as a written question and a response supplied to him. So I move on to a question from Dr. Marilyn Tracy. If I could ask her to come forward and ask her question. You're very welcome, Dr. Tracy. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. This question is directed to Councillor Machini. At 1 hour 41 minutes into the County Council.
Sorry, Dr. Tracy, can you pull the microphone towards you? Thank you.
At 1 hour 41 minutes into the County Council meeting on March the 21st, you stated, "You have been lied to today. This particular on-road option has never been professionally appraised." Nonsense, it has. This relates to the C2C route proposed by CPPF. Review of the GCP document library on C2C reveals that a GCP appraised a tidal scheme with gantries and an inbound scheme with some additional outbound sections, which included a 4-metre wide cycle lane, duplicating the nearby Comberton Greenway. There was also a quick wins paper as well, proposal as well. We believe that these schemes were set up to fail. There is no record of the proposed CPPF scheme having been appraised. Could you please direct us to the documentation for the appraisal of this particular on-road scheme on the GCP website?
Thank you, Dr. Tracy. Councillor Machini.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and thank you, Dr. Tracy. Welcome back to the council after last time. We have all the assessments and evidence in the documents published online on the projects, the Camborne to Cambridge projects dedicated web pages, and I've pulled out the link to where the past, present and futures proposal was appraised. I've printed out a link, it's next to you on the page on the table over there. It was covered as part of the background documents for the 2021 independent audit that Phil Swan conducted. It is worth noting that on page 2 of that document that is at that link, the proponents themselves of the proposal state that they recognize this proposal as being a short-term fix while CAM, East West Rail and the Girton interchange are worked out. An inbound only scheme does not provide sufficient capacity for the projected growth at West Camborne and Bourne Airfield and the jobs at West Cambridge, all of which I expanded on last time. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Dr. Tracy, you have a minute to seek clarification on the response or a supplementary question in relation to your original question.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you very much for coming along this morning and asking your question. The next question is from Mr. Alan Tracy. Could I ask Mr. Tracy to come forward, please, and ask his question? You have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Given Cambridge's position as a world-class academic institution, and in the knowledge that a university representative sits on the GCP board, would it not be appropriate for alarming statements made by GCP officials and councillors in support of the C2C off-road busway to be subject to at least some scrutiny? For example, you heard at the last full council meeting that students in Camborne are currently barred from access to post-16 education opportunities unless they have a car of their own or a lift or money for taxis. They are currently spending 3 hours stuck in traffic on the A428 on public transport. You also heard that the 428 is one of the most congested and polluted routes in Cambridge. You also heard that the local plan needed a high-quality segregated transport link. These incorrect or questionable statements, and many others, were made without a shred of evidence in support, yet undoubtedly influenced you, the councillors, in the way you voted. Can I ask that the chair should be empowered to ask for evidence supporting wild claims like these, and that if none is forthcoming, that councillors are instructed to ignore the claims?
Thank you very much for your question. Councillor Machini.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And once again, Mr. Tracy, welcome back. It's nice to see you again. All the evidence from which I quoted in the last debate is once again on the GCP website. The letter from Camborne Village College, I have it over here. It's also on the GCP website. There's a printout on the table over there. This is where I quoted when I said, for those students who do not have, and I'm reading this, for those students who do not have access to a car and or a lift, or the financial support to utilize taxis, the lack of transport links between Camborne and Cambridge leads in shaping the decisions that they make regarding their post-16 education. And later on in the letter, at present, many pupils have to travel over 3 hours per day. This clearly impacts on their studies, mental and social well-being. So that's where that statement came from. In terms of the other statement regarding the local plan, I have printed out a link to where the special planning document is held, which is part of the Greater Cambridge Joint Local Plan, which was adopted in October 2019 and makes, so this is the special planning document for Bourne Airfield Village. It was adopted, as I said, in 2019, and it makes specific reference to the need for the Camborne to Cambridge incorporation within the site and the need for this segregated quality link. So that's where the evidence is. And again, there's printouts on the desk. All of these things matter. We are talking about real people with real needs. And I think that ought to be remembered. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Mr. Tracy, you have a minute to ask a supplementary question or to seek clarification of the response.
Thank you. I quoted 3 examples, but there are about a dozen examples, as you well know, that we have evidence of. For example, Councillor Machini has also said there is no evidence that an on-road option would cost less than the off-road option. But there are papers produced by the GCP which show that the low cost, the on-road option would cost significantly less. And these questions are not being questioned. These statements are not being questioned at the meetings. And I do think that there is danger that councillors are going to make wrong decisions if they're not given all the evidence on these points.
Thank you, Mr. Tracy. I'm not sure there was a question there, but Councillor Machini, would you like to address those points?
Very happy to say that I am quite happy to help, or anybody can help in directing councillors to evidence should they seek it, in terms of how to shape their decision. I don't think from my part, at least, there has ever been any intent to mislead. Thank you.
Mr. Tracy, thank you very much for coming along this morning and asking your question.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next question is from David Cairns, who is the Transport Lead for Coton Parish Council, with Mr. Mark Abbott, the Chair of Coton Parish Council, asking it on his behalf. Mr. Abbott, make yourself comfortable and you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Actually, I am David Cairns. I was able to attend, so I hope it's all right if I ask my own question.
Apologies.
So firstly, many thanks to you, Chair, for accepting our questions, and to Steve Count for the agenda item later on. This question refers to agenda item 16B. Later in this morning's or today's meeting, you will also hear a motion from Councillor Sharp around the maintenance of the highways in Cambridgeshire. As we all know, those are in a terrible state. Potholes are everywhere, some of the worst in the country, and you'll be talking about increasing budgets by about 50% to fix them. The C2C busway, as currently proposed by the GCP, includes a new segregated highway. That, in turn, is going to demand more maintenance over the long term than an inbound bus road on the Madingley Highway. Would it not be sensible, councillors, before the final decision is taken, that in parallel to the Works Act that you've already approved for consultation, that the council instructs the GCP to do a final look about whether the inbound option is possible or not, and therefore possibly to reduce your future maintenance liabilities? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cairns. Councillor Machini.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very, very much. Please forgive me, I'm having a complete moment of blank. David, is that your name? I'm so sorry. Thank you very much, David, for coming and actually for asking this question, which gives me the opportunity to expand on a point that I believe is not very well understood. The maintenance budget for guided busways, which is the same, should this busway be built, would work the same way as the current Huntingdonshire busway. This maintenance budget is paid for by the transport operators who use the infrastructure that we allow them to use. This would not change in the future that we envisage, where we are looking to support the mayor of the combined authority with his franchising ambitions. And in a franchised environment, once again, transport operators, as part of their contract, would be maintaining the busway in exchange for using it. So there is no maintenance cost for the segregated busway for this council. There is also a second point to be made, which is, there's something in the question that you asked, David, where it says a bus lane, by definition being smaller, would need less maintenance than a whole new busway. these things are not quite as clear cut or as easy as they sometimes seem. The biggest factor influencing the level of, what's the word I'm looking for? The level of damage, I suppose, is not the size of an item, but the usage and the level of segregation. So for something fully segregated, you would actually be looking at something that would be easier to maintain. It's obviously very, very, very complex, but it is very important that these things are considered in the round. Thank you.
Mr. Cairns, you have a minute for a supplementary question or point of clarification.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for the response. So councillors, you might have seen in the CAM News of 12th of May a report about the county's first guided busway to St Ives. It was planned to cost 120 million, it cost 150 million. 3 people have been killed, and that's cost 25 million pounds in legal fees and 10 million pounds in maintenance. These are serious projects to build, and they're difficult to deliver. Often after projects, when they go wrong, our councils and others conduct post-mortems to say, how could we have done things differently? Isn't it not better to do what they call a pre-mortem? Look ahead to possible mistakes, look ahead to possible risks, and make sure that you've done the absolute due diligence you can. And by this way, as Councillor Count has proposed, making sure that you consider a possible inbound us rate. Is that not the best thing to make sure that you don't regret these decisions in 10 years' time? Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Machini, do you have any further comments?
Very, very happy to take all of that on board. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Cairns, for your coming along this morning and asking your question. Our last public question this morning is from Ms. Anna Gaisley. Could I ask her to come forward, please, and ask her question? Ms. Gaisley, you're very welcome. You have 2 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Council, for accepting my question today. At the Council meeting on the 21st of March, Councillor Nessinger cited the UN IPCC report calling for urgent climate action, a reduction of greenhouse gas emissions and decarbonisation as justification for supporting and subsequently voting for a Cambourne to Cambridge C2C busway scheme with an off-road section necessitating the felling of hundreds of trees at Coton Orchard. Studying the C2C environmental statement, specifically section 10.3, greenhouse gas emissions, I noted that the infrastructure or embodied carbon is predicted to be around 49,000 tonnes. This is essentially the carbon dioxide emitted from the construction of the busway and the new motorway bridge over the M11. The impact from vegetation loss required for this construction, as well as the release of carbon sequestered within the soil from excavating an estimated 211,000 tonnes of previously undisturbed soil, as found at Coton Orchard, is marked as XXX TCO2E, brackets, impact still to be confirmed, meaning it's not been worked out. Modal shift to active travel and public transport is modelled as saving around 34,205 tonnes over the scheme's 60-year lifetime. Now, unlike trees and other vegetation, which actively takes carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere by means of photosynthesis, this reduction is only an estimate of how much less would be added as a result of this proposed busway, not what will actually be taken away. So my question is, how does the proposed scheme represent a decarbonisation and taking steps towards carbon net zero targets, given that by your own calculations, it adds over 14,000 tonnes of carbon or carbon equivalent, and that is without counting the impact of vegetation loss and release of carbon sequestered in the soil?
Thank you, Ms. Gaisley. I allowed you to complete your question slightly out of time. Councillor Machini.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Anna, for coming. It's lovely to see you again. As the environmental impact assessment shows and the application for the Transport and Works Act order will show when it is done, the scheme is expected to achieve and will achieve net zero carbon and a 20% biodiversity net gain. There is also a broader point to be made, since we're talking about environmental impact, and these things are extremely important, that the alternative that we later on in this meeting will be asked to evaluate again does make, even if it was to be taken at face value, does make a number of assumptions about its environmental impact. The proposed solution assumes CAM, East-West Rail and the Girton interchange to be done. There is no consideration, I mean, obviously CAM isn't happening anymore as to the present state of affairs. The proposed environmental impact of East-West Rail is not known and not taken into account. There is no expectation that in the short to medium term there will be anything done to Girton interchange. If there was any such expectation, there is no knowledge of any environmental impact of those works. It is also not clear from the proposal, which is, as I said, proposed as a short-term interim fix. No indication of what the long-term fix is supposed to be and what the environmental impacts of that are supposed to be. So the picture, again, is complex. And if I may, Anna, there is absolutely no desire on the part of any of us here, there never has been, to do work, to build infrastructure that isn't needed, to have an impact that is not needed. All we need to make sure we do is to consider the need and consider the damage to the environment that is being done now and to ameliorate that. And also I say we, the technical experts who are going to work on this are absolutely convinced that there's still quite a lot of room of compromise about the area where Coton Orchard is.
Thank you very much.
Work will be done on that. Thank you. Sorry, Chair.
Ms. Gaisley, you now have the opportunity to ask a clarification or supplementary question. You have a minute.
Thank you. Well, actually, the figures that I cited in my question were from, or are from, the GCP papers, and your own modelling adds 14,000 tonnes of carbon, and it hasn't worked out how much carbon will be added to the atmosphere from the vegetation loss at Coton Orchard, and we're grateful that you don't want to cut down trees if you don't have to. So maybe that should be worked out, and later in this meeting, the motion proposed by Councillor Count to compare the on and off road versions, maybe it's worth comparing the two and seeing, well, what is the carbon that will be added, and if there is a saving and a positive effect on the on road. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Machini.
Very quickly, Chair, thank you very much. I agree. I absolutely agree. I fully expect all of that to be worked out. I don't think it is necessary. It will be worked out if the motion later today passes. If it does not pass, it will be worked out as part of the TWA, or the National Planning Inspector will see to that. And I fully expect that. Thank you.
Thank you for that. May I thank you very much for coming to ask your question, and indeed thank all those who have come this morning with questions. We move on now to item 8, which is petitions, and this allows members of the public to present petitions in accordance with the agreed protocol. No petitions have been received, so we move on to the next item. Before I proceed with the rest of the agenda, can I remind you about the audio and voting system? In order to register to speak, can you please raise your hand, wink, nod, and use all the manifold and different ways that members of this council indicate that they wish to speak? There's no point me asking you to raise your hands because you all think of other ways of doing it. And I will add you, or my vice chair will add you to the list of speakers. When I invite you to speak, please press your mic button. If you wish to raise a point of order or a point of personal explanation, you will need to raise your hand, and again here members tend to shout and use practically every other way of getting attention other than raising their hands, but don't press the button. I intend to be strict about both the raising of a point of order or a point of personal explanation. Raising a point of order means that the member believes that there has been a breach of the council rules of procedure or law. So I will require that member to indicate the rule or law which he or she considers has been broken. If this belief is challenged, my decision will be final. A point of personal explanation may only relate to some material part of an earlier speech on the same day by the member raising the point, which may appear to have been misunderstood in the current debate. Again, the chair's decision will be final. I would also like to remind members that if a member rises or indicates on either of these 2 points, any other member currently speaking should immediately stop speaking until the point has been determined. The next item is item 9, a recommendation to full council from the Strategy and Resources Committee relating to the People Strategy 2023-2028. Can I ask the chair of the Strategy and Resources Committee, Councillor Netzinger, to move that the recommendation set out on page 3 of the agenda be adopted, and ask the Vice Chair, Councillor Machini, to second. Councillor Netzinger.
Happy to move that recommendation.
Do you wish to speak?
Very briefly. Just a very, very brief comment to say thank you so much to Lindsay and all the team who have worked on this strategy over some time. I know that they've done an enormous amount of engagement with staff to bring the strategy forward to council, and it is very good to see it coming forward with so much support across the council. The important thing now is going to be implementing it, but I did want to say thank you to Lindsay and the team for all the work that they've done on it so far. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Machini.
I would like to second this, Chair. Thank you.
Would you like to speak or reserve your right to speak?
I'll reserve my right.
Thank you. Councillor Black.
Thank you, Chair. A brief point, but first I'd like to say how thrilled I am to have entered into the hallowed portals of Shire Hall and then turned around and driven another 25 miles to this marvellous abandoned airfield. Just briefly, I'm going to support the people strategy, and thanks to the people who've prepared this. I would like to briefly comment on what is not within the document, because I would have thought such a document might acknowledge the contribution of our recognised trade unions and itemise the consultation with them that has taken place, particularly on such a subject. And the document talks about focus groups and workshops and surveys, which are all very well, but they're no substitute for genuine consultation. And this council is an example of representative democracy. And I think we should be remembering that our employees have their own representative democracy, and that is their trade unions. There is an easy remedy. The document talks about further engagement with our workforce and to co-produce an action plan. And I trust this will entail the full involvement of our trade unions. I think the Joint House Administration has an ambition to be far more respectful of our workforce than perhaps the council has been a couple of years ago or further in the past. And that we can bring about a culture where managers find it second nature to consult with our trade unions about the changes that they want to bring in and to take their people with them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Count.
Thank you, Chair. I welcome this people strategy. Goodness knows I've been asking for it long enough. After the hemorrhaging of staff shortly after the administration took over, we pointed out at meeting after meeting that there was a sheer deficiency in the amount of people you had trying to do things. One of the main reasons that the highways have fallen so far behind is because the LHOs, for example, weren't on the ground to actually do the work. There's over a 50% vacancy rate in the highways and that. And we called and we called and we called for action. And here it is now, 2 years, too little, too late. Councillor Netzinger in the introduction said, we look forward to the day of the implementation, and so do I. But do you know what's not in the document? When it's going to be implemented. And do you know why? Well, it's a rhetorical question. I wouldn't expect you to know why, but I'm happy to inform you, because there's no action plan attached to this document. It came to Strategy and Resources, and I said I welcome it and as far as it goes. But where is the action plan? And we got a full detailed response on that. Once this strategy is approved and launched, colleague workshop sessions will be held to develop the underpinning action plan that will accompany the people strategy. This will include new actions as well as aligning the workforce implications of existing programs, initiatives and projects. The action plan will have clear accountability and will be regularly reviewed by the corporate leadership team. Well, isn't that good to know? So there we are, members, supposed to be acting in the strategic direction of this council, calling for a document. The document comes forward. We think it's great. It's a great people strategy. But when it comes to an action plan, we don't know when it's going to be delivered. We don't know when it's going to be actioned. We don't know when it's going to be implemented. And God forbid any member should get any oversight of it when it actually happens. Because neither at S&R committee nor today is there any recommendation for the action plan to come here. We are a little bit tired of asking for the same thing to see inactivity. The impact is plain to see on our roads and our highways and our footpaths. So I welcome this. But please, somebody from the administration stand up and tell me when members will see what is being implemented and when it's being implemented so that we can embrace this fully. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Count. Councillor Howard, are you that member?
I'm not going to comment too much on Councillor Count because I'm sure Councillor Netzenga will, but he made exactly the same point at the Strategy and Resources Committee and got an answer then, so it seems strange for him to repeat the question today. It's obvious that our human resources policy hasn't been cast in stone. It's been developing in the last years. There's the latest practice has been implemented, and it does a disservice to council and our officers to suggest otherwise. I'm sure that the progress with implementation of the strategy will be reported in due course, but I'm sure Councillor Netzenga will comment on that. It's more I want to just put to in relation to what my colleague Councillor Black said, just a reminder that the Strategy and Resources Committee, the point about trade unions being in the policy was raised, and the officer and the leader of the council said that would be reflected, and I believe it's in the minutes of the Strategy and Resources Committee, so it would be helpful in her reply if Councillor Netzenga could just confirm that the policy when published will reflect that.
Thank you for that. I have no other members indicating that they wish to speak, so Councillor Machini, you reserved your right to speak. Now is that moment.
Thank you. I will be extremely brief. I would like to thank everybody for the work that they've done on this people strategy. It is a very important document to bring forward. It's not something that was ever meant to be in response to vaguely fictional accusations of flight of workforce following change of power 2 years ago. It's meant to be an ongoing response to the challenging environment we find ourselves in, the changing modern environment we find ourselves in, and the importance we place on our staff and their role in our future. And this is extremely important and should not be forgotten. This isn't a political football. Our staff are not a political football. And I would like to thank everybody for the work they've done on it. I would like to thank in advance everybody who will take part in the consultation that will continue to take place. This document is never going to be finished. We're never going to be done modernizing for our staff. We are never going to be done working out how best to make sure that they can maximize the incredible contributions they make to all the work that we do. And we are never going to be done striving to be better. Thank you.
And finally, Councillor Netzenga.
Thank you. Yes, just a couple of quick things to respond to. On Richard's point about the minutes, I'm happy to go back and check that. I'm afraid I can't remember off the top of my head, but I'm very happy to check on that. On Councillor Count's points, there are two things that I want to pick up from that. Both of them are important. The first is the sense that this council has been hemorrhaging staff. I absolutely deny that. When we took over this council, it had been stripped down to the absolute bare bones by the previous administration, and many of our senior staff were shared with Peterborough. There have been significant changes since that time. I absolutely agree with that. I think those changes have been universally to the benefit of Cambridgeshire. And I am delighted with the new senior team that is in place, and I know that we will be making progress in continuing to make progress in filling the vacancy issues that we have. I think to suggest that those vacancy issues were as a result of the change of administration is disingenuous, to say the least. It is widely recognised across the whole country that there are issues with recruitment in social care, in healthcare, and in a number of other sectors which this council requires staff in. We are doing much better than we were in making permanent appointments to some of those posts. So that was the first point I wanted to raise. I now can't remember what the second one is, but I do want to return to where I originally started on this paper, and thank our staff enormously for the work that has gone into this people strategy, and to say that I'm looking forward to taking it forward. Actually, there was one other point that I think was made about where this will be examined by this council. I am absolutely confident that Staffing and Appeals, which is the right place for this to get the scrutiny that it properly deserves, will be keen to make sure that that implementation plan is properly investigated, and that I look forward to those meetings, which is where this strategy originally came from. Thank you.
Councillor Count, first point of order of the new municipal year.
Yeah, was the leader actually proposing an amendment then on the day to actually put this through to the Staffing Appeals Committee, because there's nothing in the recommendations or the SNR about that. So is that an actual proposal, or is it just going to sit there with a promise that something might happen?
Councillor Netzinger, you don't have to answer that, but you can if you wish.
I don't think it's a point of order to start with, and I will, no, I'm not going to answer it.
Okay, thank you very much. Right, we will now move to the vote. Notwithstanding Councillor Count's comments earlier on, there appears to be a general consensus in favour of the motion. If anybody disagrees with that, could you indicate now? In which case, I see no objections, so we will take the motion as carried. Thank you, members. We move on then to item number 10. This is recommendations to full council from the Constitution and Ethics Committee, to be found on page 28 of your agenda. As the previous chair of the Constitution and Ethics Committee, I move that the recommendations as set out in the report be adopted, and ask the current Vice Chair, Councillor Dr. Bulat, to second. Councillor Bulat.
Thank you, Chair. I second the recommendations, and I would like to thank all the members of the committee for unanimously supporting those recommendations today. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Do I have any comments? There being general consensus and support of the proposals, if there is anybody who disagrees with that, please indicate. I see no objections, so we shall take those motions as carried. We move on to the next item, which is allocation of seats and substitutes to the political groups in accordance with the political balance rules. From the chair, I move that the allocation of seats and substitutes on committees to political groups in accordance with the political balance rules as set out in the report circulated to members and published on the website on May the 15th be approved, and I invite the Vice Chair to second. Thank you. Councillor Count, you wish to move an amendment?
Yes, thank you, Chair. This proportionality rules are very complicated, and by a freak of nature, despite how complicated they are, it worked out that the Liberal Democrats and the Conservative group all had a row of 6.5 and 5.5 against all of the major policy and service committees, exactly 6.5 and 5.5, so not 6.51 and 5.49. So it left a difficult situation. How do you divide up half a chair? We can't alternate meetings. I think the obvious response put forward by member services was 7 on 3 policy and service committees for the Conservative, and 7 on 3 policy and service, 6 on 3 for the Liberal Democrats, reversing that out. So I thought that was fair enough. I thought that was a reasonable suggestion. Now, as the administration is made up of the Liberal Democrats, the Labour group and the Independent group, they do have, shall we say, the whip hand in terms of all decision making. So it's absolutely crucial that the scrutiny element is well represented, and therefore I thought it was not unreasonable for us to select where scrutiny is most needed. And it will come to, it's no surprise to members of the public that highways and transport is where it was most needed. There is no overview and scrutiny in a committee system. The scrutiny comes from inside the committee itself. So we asked for the 7 seats on the highways, and we've been denied that by the Liberal Democrats, who say they want it more. Well, seeing as they're capable of implementing whatever policies the 3 groups want to bring forward, they don't need that number because they've got the majority anyway. But we need close scrutiny there because it's obvious out of all the services that this administration runs, this is the one that's failing the public the most. So I'm sorry I had to dig my heels in, but I said, no, I think we need our 7 on that. Now, it turns out that the resolution could have been dealt with by 2 ways, the flick of a coin, or by bringing it in front of full council. And I said, well, if that's the case, I'm sorry, I don't want to do a flick of a coin. I want to stand up, let the public hear what the Conservative group have to say about scrutiny of highways, and let the Liberal Democrats, Labour and independent groups vote us down, vote down the element of scrutiny so you can push through whatever you want, trying to diminish what we actually try and do and fulfill as our role here. So that's the reason for the amendment, which is in front of you. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Count. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Sharp, you're seconding.
Yeah.
Do you wish to speak now, or do you want to reserve your right to speak?
My right. Thank you.
Thank you. The debate is now open. Councillor Dr. Van der Ven.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't planning to speak, but I would like to take issue with what Councillor Count just said about the need for scrutiny in this council on the services we provide. People's services are really difficult, children and adults and health. And I would say it, wouldn't I, because I'm a member of the Adults and Health Committee, but I think the need for scrutiny in adults and health is absolutely profound. And there's a huge amount of work to do there, and we are working to do that, but I don't think we can rate scrutiny across our services. They are all important, and the people's services are sometimes hidden from public view, but where they are an issue, they are absolutely life-changing. So I would just put in a plea for the importance of scrutiny in people's services. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dr. Van der Ven. Councillor Netzinger.
Thank you. I'm glad that Councillor Count recognised that there was an alternative way of resolving this that was recommended yesterday, and that therefore it is his choice that this has come to be voted on at council. I have a couple of points I want to make on this. The first is that I think his suggestion, and I think it's implied in what he said, that scrutiny is done by members of the opposition, I absolutely challenge. In our committee system, the scrutiny is done by all members. All members are engaged in scrutiny and all members are engaged in decision making. And I think it's really important that we recognise that scrutiny is not just the job of the opposition, it's the job of every member of this council. And I know that members of all 3 groups involved in the administration take that very seriously. And should any member of the public who is watching have the time or inclination to watch our council meetings, and there are a number of them, and they tend to go on for quite a long time, they will see that members of the administration groups are just as, if not even more, engaged in that scrutiny of the business of this council as members of the Conservative group. And therefore, I absolutely do not think that that scrutiny is likely to be undertaken any better if there are more members of the Conservative group than if there are more members of other groups. On the decision about whether that scrutiny should be done by highways, should happen more kind of differently at highways or at adults and health, which is effectively the change in this document. There is something to be said for having members from across the whole broad spectrum of the council in highways, but I think we can achieve that within this. And I think that members of my group are very keen to be involved on the Highways Committee. I know they will be fully engaged in scrutinising that work because we all recognise that there is a serious crisis on our roads at the moment. That is a crisis that is recognised within this council and has been raised on doorsteps right across the county. It is very substantially due to a legacy of 10 years of neglect, which is at least in part due to central government decision making, not only this council's decision making, but we will come on to debate that later in the day. I would ask members of the administration to vote down the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no other Councillor Goldsack.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick point on the scrutiny argument, and I absolutely accept what the leader has just said around all members are responsible for scrutiny. But at a recent Highways and Transport meeting, when the council was debating changes to road layout and instructions at Mill Road, the leader of that meeting wrongly informed that meeting about the disabled passers. It was incorrect information that was shared, and that was not highlighted in that meeting by the scrutiny of that meeting. It's only since afterwards we've realised that that was wrong advice given by the leader of H&T. Now that's the kind of scrutiny that gets picked up by opposition members more than their own, because they all don't want to question the leader, don't want to do that. Okay, so I'm just saying, you know, you can point and order it and you can go back and listen to it if you want, but it was the wrong information given by Councillor Beckett on disabled passers and abilities to use the Mill Road situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Goldsack. Members, I don't really want to rehearse a debate that's taken place in another committee. Councillor Dupre.
Thank you, Chair. I won't do that. Therefore, I will simply point out that Councillor Goldsack has in fact proved the point that not all scrutiny takes place in committee. It can take place after and outside it. And I think the proposals on the table with unamended serve us well. Thank you.
Thank you. I have nobody else indicating that they wish to contribute to this debate. So Councillor Sharp, you reserved your right to second. So now is your moment.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very, very brief. Touching on what's been said, all committees are important, and for scrutiny purposes, they all are. So you know, hopefully members realise that. I just want to pick up on comments that the leader made. Yeah, all members engaged in scrutiny and all members of the administration take an active part in scrutiny. I'm sure they do. But it's very interesting, certainly on highways and transport, in the 2 years I've been involved, we've had a vote on block on everything apart from one meeting in July 2021 that set some hairs running, even to the case where on certain things, and it's been touched on Mill Road Bridge, we had one member who was wearing a different colour to what they're wearing today, changed. So I'll leave members to think of that why. But scrutiny is important, and I think with the current state we've got in terms of road, it is something that our residents are looking at very, very much. And I think as much scrutiny as we can get on that, the better. So hence I support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. I now propose to take an electronic vote on the amendment as proposed by Councillor Count and seconded by Councillor Sharp. Mr. Snowden, can you please start the vote?
Thank you, Chair. Members in favour of the motion, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the motion, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain. Amendment, sorry. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain.
Councillor Seif, you haven't indicated a vote.
And Councillor Costello as well.
Councillor Costello.
Chair, I'm closing the vote. The result of votes is follows: 20 votes in favour, no abstentions, 33 against. Therefore, the amendment is lost.
Thank you, Mr. Snowden. We now move to a vote on the substantive item, which, to remind Councillor Count.
So I could clearly see that Councillor Della Costello was pushing a button. It wasn't registering a vote. So I think that because we've got a lot of votes today, we do need to resolve this, whether you take it by hand. It's up to you how to take it, but it's clear that there was an intention to vote.
Thank you. I just having a look through, I suspect we probably won't get onto the motions before we take a break, at which point I propose Democratic Services have a look at your voting equipment. Councillor Goldsack?
If I could add at that same time, Officer Snowden said earlier that we're severely hampered sitting over here without this screen. And that was something that's got to have a look at mid-meeting as well. That could be looked at the same point.
I think it's due to come online any moment. Councillor Corney, did you have anything to add?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think looking at Councillor Costello's, didn't register her vote, but Mark Howe's vote was registered. So maybe the two units are swapped over.
Aha.
So that might answer the question.
Thank you, Councillor Corney. What a helpful contribution. Right, members, I am now going back to the agenda, and we are to vote on the substantive item, which, just to remind you, is the allocation of seats and substitutes on committees to political groups set out in the report circulated on the 15th of May. Do you wish an electronic vote, or can I take this as accepted? Okay, does anybody object? In which case, thank you, members, we will move on. So the next item, which will be moved by myself and seconded by the Vice Chair, is the proposed appointment of the chairs and vice chairs of committees, as set out in the report circulated to members and published on the website on the 12th of May. Do I have any speakers? In which case I will, as I see no objections, we will take that motion as carried. Thank you. Next item is item 13, which is appointments to outside organisations and annual report 2022-23. I propose to move as chair the recommendations as set out in the report on page 73 of the agenda, and the updated list of proposed appointments circulated to members and published on the website on the 15th of May be approved. Can I ask the Vice Chair to...
Second.
Thank you. Any speakers? Anybody taking this opportunity to big up the organisations that they have submitted a report for? No. Okay, well, there seems to be very general consensus and support of that. If anybody disagrees, please indicate now. I see no objections, so the motion is as printed. We shall move on to item 14. This item relates to the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Combined Authority. Can I draw your attention to the recommendations on page 181 of the report? I propose to move the recommendations with the following appointments. A, appoint the leader of the council to act as the council's appointee to the combined authority and the deputy leader as the substitute member. B, appoint Councillor Atkins from the Liberal Democrats and Councillor Goldsack from the Conservatives to the Overview and Scrutiny Committee, and Councillors Coates and Count as the two substitute members from the same political parties as those appointed. And C, to appoint Councillor Wilson from the Liberal Democrats to the Audit and Governance Committee and Councillor Whelan as the substitute member from the same political party. And I will ask the Vice Chair to second.
I second, Chair.
Does anybody wish to make any comment? There seems again to be general consensus and support of the proposals. If anybody disagrees, please indicate. I see no objections, so we will take the motion as carried. We move on now to item 15. I move that the calendar of meetings of Cambridgeshire County Council set out on the agenda be approved and ask the Vice Chair to second.
I second, Chair.
Any comments? There seems again to be a general consensus, and long may it last, in support of the motion. If anybody disagrees, please raise your hand. I see no objections, so we shall take the motion as carried. We now move on to item 16, which is written motions. I am conscious that with the concern over the handsets and with the concern over the screen, that this may be, although we have not been going for 2 hours, an opportunity for a short break. Are members happy to take a short break now?
Agreed.
Thank you. So it is coming up to 10 to midday. Can I ask that we are back in our seats by midday? Thank you. Members, if you could kindly take your seats, we will continue. Members, it has gone midday. If you would kindly take your seat, we'll continue with the meeting. Right, members. Next item is item 16, written motions, and we have 5 motions submitted to consider today. Can I ask Councillor Firoz Thompson to move and speak to her motion as set out on pages 4 and 5 of the council agenda? Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very proud to bring my first motion to council. Today, I'm aiming to gain support for potential and existing childminders across our county. They provide a service that is vital to parents who want to work, and I would like the council to make a commitment to support them. This will avoid closure by current childminders and avoid creating barriers to entry into this industry by those wanting to set up new childcare businesses. With Cambridgeshire facing a period of significant new housing developments across the 5 districts by 2031, that includes Alconbury, Darwin Green, Eddington, Northstowe, Trumpington, Waterbeach, to name a few, this will bring around 48,000 new homes. Demand for early years provision will increase. The role that the local authority plays is to ensure that it meets its duties to ensure sufficient and suitable childcare places for all its residents. Working closely with the sector to ensure a diverse range of provision to meet the population's different needs. Currently, there can be restrictive covenants on new houses, with potential and existing childminders being prevented from setting up or continuing to run their businesses from home due to restrictions in their property title deeds. At present, funded childcare is 15 hours per week for children aged 3 to 4 years, with working parents able to access 30 hours. In the spring budget, central government announced that there would be an increase in childcare support available to families, to be rolled out in stages over the next 2 years. That will start from April next year and will assist with childcare for children as young as 9 months. Childminders play an important role in providing childcare, and data shows that in Cambridgeshire, there's a downward trend. In 2019, 641 childminders were registered, making them 56% of the sector. By January this year, this number has reduced to 456. This is a significant drop of 185 childminders and 17% within the sector. Additionally, the data shows that the number of childminders operating in new developments is significantly lower than those with surrounding villages, despite demand. In Northstowe, where I currently reside, we have 1 established childminder of the 123 children eligible for funded childcare. In contrast to neighbouring Longstanton, which has 76 children eligible and 6 childminders. In Alconbury Weald, there are 64 children eligible with 2 childminders, in contrast to 121 children living within the catchment of Sawtry schools and 7 childminders. Taking an example of 2 of my local residents, one was told by PACey, who's the Professional Association of Childcare and Early Years, that there have been problems in other new builds, and the other established childminder, considering moving from a nearby village to Northstowe, was told she would not be able to continue her business. It was only when they both got clarity from local authority or their house builder could they then consider the next stage. These might appear insignificant problems, but to people starting out in a career in early years, these issues can ultimately block their decision to start small businesses from their home, which will have a direct impact on the parents being able to work in other professions, thus impacting the employment value chain. My good news is that following recent discussion, this land CEO, David Lewis, informs me that he has since formally given instruction to his team to move forward and revise their restrictions to specifically mention childminders being allowed to operate from their homes. And Homes England, the master developer for Northstowe Phase 2 and 3, are willing to explore with their legal advisors how childcare on domestic premises could be made exempt for these restrictive covenants. I'm here to raise awareness of this important local and national issue. Interestingly, Nursery World magazine reported this worrying trend back in 2018, where they referenced Cambridgeshire. In conclusion, I would like the council to look at the possible solutions with the district councils and house builders and the planning departments to ensure that we do not block potential and existing childminders from setting up vital childcare provisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson, and what excellent timing. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Goodliffe, do you wish to speak now or to reserve your right to speak?
Reserve, please.
Thank you. So, members, the debate is now open. Councillor Slasher, you are first.
Thank you, Chair, and congratulations. It's an excellent motion and an excellent introductory speech, which has probably covered all the ground, really, but I still want to speak in favour of Councillor Thompson's motion. It's a very useful contribution to the general discussion about how we can help increase the provision of affordable childcare. As councillors, we can look at this at many levels, from national to local. Only this morning, a spokesman from the Office for National Statistics reported on the current employment situation, particularly the number of people of employment age who are not in paid work. Many of those surveyed gave lack of childcare as a reason for not being in employment. County-wide, we know of many vacancies in vital services that could be filled if reliable, affordable childcare were available. And many of these jobs, though vital, are not well paid. Locally, we know there are waiting lists for daycare and nurseries in our divisions. In our own neighbourhoods, we know how important a good childminder is. And on our Facebook page, Firu's note mentioned Trumpington, there are many questions from people just moving in about the childcare available. We know how many families with young children benefit from their services, especially when they facilitate part-time and flexible working by arrangement. In my family, when my son-in-law started his own business, my daughter set up as a childminder and looked after their children and the children of his business partners and staff. It was just a matter of luck that there was no covenant on their family home. It clearly makes sense for all of us to use whatever local knowledge and connections we may have to check that new housing is not automatically and anachronistically limited by these old-fashioned obstructive covenants that are put in almost automatically. And I'm so glad that Councillor Thompson has taken the initiative in talking to this land, and so we can lead the way and show how it's done at the planning stage. And if any of you can interfere with people's covenants that are there already because you've got influence, please do so.
Thank you. Councillor Seave.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Thompson, for bringing forward this very important motion. I think it's self-evident that there is no job more important for the survival of the human species than to be a parent. Save that only there should be another party to the parenting process. There's no special skill or knowledge required to be a parent, but it's for those of us who have signed up to it, we know that it's jolly hard work and help is required along that way. Professional childminding is one of the important and key means of assisting that process, and particularly in the early years. I'm tempted to say as a parent, for the first 40 or 50 years, but that's what I say. Now, it has been said that it takes a village to bring up a child. And that's certainly true in certain parts of the developing world, and used to be traditionally true in the UK. Several generations would live in close proximity to each other, and they would help in the development process. But that's changed. The Western world has changed dramatically. There's less manual labor in factories and fields, and disproportionate housing costs, disproportionate to wages, and often the need for two incomes. There are very few young parents who are lucky enough to live within child-minding distance of their own parents. And that is assuming that those parents are able and willing to do the job of childcare. So they come to the more relatively affordable developments that Councillor Frew has drawn to our attention. Now, whilst we understand that house builders, but not all of them, have inserted the offending covenant into the contracts, we know why they've done it. It's a marketing reason, and a marketing reason only. They assume that people will object to businesses being set up alongside them, and it will deter them from purchasing houses on those estates. I don't go along with that at all. In fact, where work homes generally have been used in urban regeneration schemes around the country, they have actually been very popular with buyers. But apart from that, working from home is the new norm. Obviously, COVID has hastened that, but it was moving in that direction anyway. And things like noise and disturbance and parking, inconsiderate parking, are dealt with by both planning and common law. So I say that far from creating a barrier to childminding, it's actually a positive factor in selling if that covenant is removed. It will attract people to the development and will attract and persuade people to go into the important business of childminding. Second point about all of this is the economic impact of childminding. We know and have been told that there are 200 less childminders in the region than there were 3 years ago. If you take the economic impact of increasing childcare to 30 hours a week, which has been the government's new proposals, if you multiply, you assume that a childminder can look after 4 children, I calculate that that's 500,000 direct hours of additional productivity that will be gained by, say, 100 new childminders. If you take the economic multiplier, it's nearer 1 million. It does depend on the jobs that the childminders take up. 2 compelling reasons then. Taking away this covenant is a positive factor in selling houses. So it's good for house builders, it's good for young parents, and there is a positive impact on it all. I commend this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sieff. Councillor Dr. Bulat.
Thank you, Chair. I think this motion is very clear and well written, and I would like to speak in support of this motion briefly as well. While I welcome the increased support for families announced in the spring budget, I think it's a really positive thing moving forward, and it's rightly noted in this motion. I am a bit concerned about the impact this policy could have on some of our providers locally, and especially the impact on maintained nursery schools who are already struggling. And I felt it's important to raise this point, this support for this motion, but in the national context as well. I already hear concerns locally in my division in Abbey from residents working in the education sector about maintained nurseries and whether the funding arrangements will actually be enough, especially for the plans that are happening or due to happen after September 2025, which are helpfully timetabled after the next general election cycle. I'm also concerned to read in the briefing paper in the motion, the factual briefing, that the data shows that the number of childminders in Cambridgeshire has actually been decreasing from around 600, over 600 in 2019 to just over 450 this year. And it's clearly like something we need to encourage locally for more childminders to come forward. And that is why I support this motion today. It's really clear to me that early years is really important, and the early years demand in our county will increase with all the thousands of houses being planned in the next few years in what I think is still the fastest growing county in the fastest growing region. Councillors from all parties really speak a lot about tackling inequalities, but we cannot tackle inequalities without ensuring a good start in life for all children that will actually enable equal opportunity in education. So I welcome this motion. I think we are taking an initiative locally towards making it easier for childcare and local providers and working with relevant partners in that direction. But I just want to say it sits in the national context as well. So I think there's some concerns we need to raise as a whole, although this local initiative is really, really important, and I fully support Councillor Thompson's motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hathorn.
So yes, as other speakers have said, I absolutely agree that good childcare is critical to communities working. And I really like this motion because it's kind of why we're here and quite kind of why we're elected local members. We live in our communities, and Councillor Thompson lives in a new community. And councils don't get to make all the decisions on new communities, but we have a role in that process. And sometimes, you know, things get overlooked and things happen, which when the community starts to be lived in and grow, don't work out. And not allowing this form of childcare is really, really problematic. And that's what you get from local members. You live in your community, you hear the problems, then you can bring them to council. This council doesn't have the ability to solve the problem, but it has the ability to feed into that process, to make its voice heard and to raise the issue. And I think it's a really, really important issue, and I will be supporting it today.
Thank you. Councillor Hunt.
Thank you, Chair. I must comment on Councillor Thompson's motion and also the members of the Liberal Democrat group who have so well spoken up in support of this. I think it's quite clear that this ability for children to be looked after is not only just a matter for parents and the children themselves, but the whole family and the whole community, because we need to get people working, families working together, and childminding is one of those vital things. And I agree with all the points that have been raised by various members of the Liberal Democrat group and maybe the Labour group. I don't know what everybody's names, but I think that there's a lot of good in this, and I congratulate Councillor Thompson in bringing it forward. What I do, and if something can be done with this land, which is a county council operation, and changes made to the building of houses, well, that's great. And if this land worked with the council, I would support it. I would just bring a moment of caution, though. This council has a lot of responsibilities to do with sort of roads and education and goodness knows what else. And I think it's rather interfering with the operation of a district council is something that I think this council should be very wary of. It's not in our responsibility here to be a planning authority. The planning authorities are the district councils. We've got enough, and although I agree with everything that's been said, I think be careful and don't interfere with other authorities' responsibilities. And that's what it seems to be here. So I may well be supporting this motion because it's got so much good in it. However, I think we should be very careful about poking our noses into other authorities' responsibilities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. I have nobody else who has indicated that they wish to speak. Councillor Goodliffe, you reserved your right second. Your moment is here.
Thank you, Chair. As mentioned by Councillor Thompson, there is a national and local decline in the numbers of registrations of childminders. Those professionals who are registered struggle due to pressures, including the large gap between the hourly rate and the rate provided by the government funding of 2- and 3-year-olds. It is critical that councils support people on the route to becoming childminders, not least as we have a statutory duty to ensure adequate provision for childcare. Restrictions such as these covenants in housing developments will be detrimental to the already rising need for childcare and demand. Make no mistake, we're not talking about babysitters here. Childminders are held to the same standards as nurseries in terms of Ofsted requirements, first aid requirements and safeguarding standards. They must show how children in their care are progressing educationally and how they are assisting and monitoring this. However, childminders offer a unique and different experience, which is specifically chosen by many families. They're able to offer an in-depth knowledge of each child and an ability to tailor provision to suit an individual child's needs and learning style. Many families choose this family style setting specifically for their child to allow them access to the local community, to take part in local playgroups, using local facilities such as parks and libraries. This in turn supports the development and continuing viability of these facilities and groups in the locality. Childminders and families I've spoken to have said how being able to work with each other means that their children can have a combination of times which work for both parties and build a relationship which lasts well beyond the work arrangements. This in-house arrangement meant that their children could experience family life and culture and socialise at their own pace. Childminders are a key part of local community infrastructure and play an essential role. If it takes a village, as mentioned by Councillor Seif, to raise a child, we should not be building villages or towns in our county where an essential villager is excluded. Chair.
Thank you for that. And finally, Councillor Thompson to sum up.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to all the councillors who've spoken pro, who actually support my motion. I just want to tackle something that Councillor Hunt has just mentioned. We have no plans in interfering with any works within District Council. Our plans are to work proactively and develop strong partnerships with our district councils on this matter. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that. Members, there appears to be general consensus in support of this motion. If anyone disagrees with that, could they raise their hand now? That being the case, that I see no objections, I think we will take that motion as carried. Thank you very much, Councillor Thompson. So that concludes discussion of the first motion. We now move to the second motion, which has been submitted by Councillor Steve Count. Can I ask Councillor Count to move and speak to his motion as set out on pages 5 to 7 of the council agenda? Councillor Count.
Thank you, Chair. You may well wonder, all of you, why we're debating this issue again. What has changed? Why would I expect the result to be any different to last time? Well, there are a number of reasons. First of all of you in the coalition that run the county were quite determined to gain permission for your Transport and Works Act order, perhaps thinking that the comparison we asked for may delay that or put it at risk. So this time there is no threat to that, no threat at all. The second is the nature of debates. You must by now be aware of just how misleading many of the comments in the debate were from those who wanted the busway proposal, particularly about the American cemetery, where the superintendent asked for the comparison, or even the responses we heard to public questions today, where the link to the comparison between the CPPF scheme and the GPC scheme that we spoke about actually says it was considered and discarded, not it was compared. There's a big difference, because last time we considered whether to look at the CPPF scheme and we didn't, but we never compared it. And that's what we're asking for. And we can pick apart every single one of those shameful, misleading comments. But if I do that and stand here today, not one of you will change your vote. So instead, I'm going to try and convince you why you need to take the chance to make an informed choice. Imagine what happens if you turn down the chance today to once again redeem yourselves and undertake a comparison. When the Transport and Works Act order goes to the inquiry, the new costs will have been calculated by then, and everything points to that figure being somewhere north of £200 million. This will take the BCR further below, well, actually below 0.4, without even using the post-COVID transport numbers. It is highly unlikely the Treasury, who have taken an active stance on such schemes recently, will allow this scheme to proceed. The current dreams of an £18 million a year congestion charge needed to subsidise this will likely be in tatters. Or so reduced in scope, you can either afford to subsidise some buses or build the C2C, but certainly not both. The developer will be able to point at the new proposed East-West Rail station, which alleviates the future growth from their site. And they'll also point at the £20 million costed Cambridge Past Present Future solution we are discussing, that they will be able to prove is sufficient to mitigate their impact on the highway. This means that 20 million is the maximum contribution you will be able to get for a scheme north of 200 million. The pressure from the public, groups such as ours, the Conservatives, the Cambridge Green Party, the Friends of the River Cam, the Save the Orchard campaign, these will all continue to ramp up, continually so. All the while, members of your own groups will be dismayed at continually being accused of destroying an ancient orchard and habitat. Not only that, calculations already demonstrate that, as we heard earlier, you will actually increase the carbon impact by building the scheme, thereby betraying your carbon net zero ambitions. At that point, you will be asking yourselves what alternatives you have, as opposed to simply ploughing on regardless. Or today, you can do the right thing, agree to a comparison with the alternative. This is a comparison I'm asking for, which has never been done. I reiterate, has never been done, a direct comparison. And then that will have different outcomes. Possibly the comparison shows the proposal to be a unicorn. Everyone wants to believe it's true, but evidence shows that it's nothing but a fantasy construct. This means you will be able to present your evidence discrediting the CPPF proposal to the inquiry, and your TWAO sails through because you've removed every credible obstacle. The public will then understand you have no option to continue as nothing else works, and you have proved that. Alternatively, the comparison demonstrates what the CPF proposal claims. That will then give you a choice, whether to save approximately £180 million, which you can then spend elsewhere, avoid the ecological destruction of the busway will including the destruction of an ancient orchard, or you'll be able to choose to carry on because although cheaper, the CPPF proposal, you believe that at that point in time, with that evidence, the benefits of the GPC proposal still outweigh the cost savings, and you will have proven that to yourselves and to the public. So I ask you, please, give the orchard a chance to thrive. Give yourselves the opportunity to spend £180 million elsewhere on improving public transport and give evidence decision-making a chance. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Count. Do you have a seconder? Councillor King, do you wish to speak now or to reserve your right to speak?
Thank you, Chair. I second the motion and reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, members, the matter is open for debate. Who'd like to go first? Councillor Milnes.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to offer the council some balance, and particularly about the Coton Orchard. I have in my hand a document that is on the GCP site, which is a WSP assessment of the Coton Orchard published on the 24th of October 2022. And I just want to share some of that report with the council this morning. Since the orchard, I'm quoting now, so since the orchard began in 1922, the site has experienced a change in habitat as active management of the site has lessened. Currently, few of the original fruit trees remain, with the majority of the orchard now containing young dwarf trees. Give me a second. I'll just scroll through. As a result of the intensive management techniques, the understory of the orchard habitat has been dominated by modified grassland, which is regularly mown. Modified grasslands are those that have been agriculturally improved through the use of heavy grazing, drainage, or the application of herbicides and inorganic fertilizers. Recently, the previous site manager has highlighted that this is a transition towards a less intensive approach after commercial harvesting ended in the mid-1990s. There was a change in footprint. So in this document, there are two figures that show the gradual reduction in the orchard between 1945 and 2022. And it shows a decline in the extent of the orchard by 60% over that time. It's clear that the garden centre visible within the western part of the 1945 image covered some 0.13 hectares, but had increased by 1.9 to 1.95 hectares by 2022. So the current owners have themselves removed much of the orchard. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Beckett.
Thank you, Chair. I know everyone has talked a lot about the orchard, but I thought today I'd actually look at the CPPF scheme. I'm not entirely convinced that everybody has actually given it their full attention and read through the options report by CPPF on the alternative scheme. Obviously, the report drawn up by CPPF was done so with a deliberate aim, and that was to give a different route to the C2C route that we currently have before us. That was done with a specific purpose. It wasn't done to be looking at the best route possible. It was done to be looking at a route different from going over the orchard. And with it comes a number of different issues, which I don't think we have actually discussed previously. Firstly, the report states in it, to start with, that the new route would be tolerable until citywide demand management came into place. I don't know whether my opposition colleagues understand fully what that means. I know Councillor Count said that he believed that any sustainable travel zone plans were in tatters. Well, this report says that the CPPF route is tolerable until citywide demand management comes into place. So if you are voting for this, you have to be aware that you are also voting for citywide demand management. Is everybody aware of that? Secondly, it also looks at other long-term schemes. And I quote from the report where it says, the low-cost interim solution, while the details of longer-term infrastructure schemes, such as East-West Rail, the CAM network, and the Girton interchange are worked out. Well, obviously, East-West Rail has not been defined yet. We are still waiting for the exact alignment of that. It may or may not go via Camborne. We do not know. With it, no doubt there will also be many questions about its alignment and the impact on different environmental issues with its alignment. We obviously know that the CAM metro network has been scrapped. So that is not happening. And the Girton interchange, I have never been told about National Highways plans of improvements to Girton interchange. We are not sure that's going to happen. It has never been discussed with me that it will happen. We don't know. So all of these assumptions for this route, we don't know whether they're going to happen or not. Let's take a look at what it actually means and what it implies. Firstly, it lengthens the filter lane on the M11. Why does it do that? Because it is putting traffic lights on the M11 and will back up traffic down the M11. We have no idea whether National Highways would accept that and what the safety implications would be of having traffic backed up down the M11, waiting to go that way. The second part it talks about is smart signals. Now, smart signals is another word for traffic lights, obviously, and I'm sure we're all aware of that. But the smart signals would be put up between the cemetery and Madingley Mulch. This is precisely to try and avoid the special scientific area. What that then results in is 1 kilometre worth of road that is held up deliberately to allow the buses through by these smart signals. So therefore, what we'll see on the roads is traffic lights before we get to the cemetery, and then 1 kilometre's worth of open roads that are being held up waiting for a bus to come through. The traffic there will only be released once that road is clear at the other end. So what we'll have is drivers looking ahead at 1 kilometre's worth of clear road. Now, I know previously you've brought motions to us accusing us of deliberately holding up traffic. That is exactly what the CPPF scheme intends to do. So the other slight point is that the CPPF scheme looks to quantify the delay of various parts of it. It quantifies the delay between the Madingley Mulch roundabout and the cemetery. It does not look at the additional delay before that, though. It puts traffic lights on that roundabout by Madingley Mulch, but in no point does it actually attempt to quantify the delay before we get to those traffic lights, which may well lead to traffic backing up on the A428 again. And there is no provision for extra queuing on the A428 or any other roads up to those traffic lights. So just to summarize, a lot of this CPPF scheme attempts to deliberately hold up road traffic to favour buses. That is exactly what it tries to do, to allow the buses through. Now, I just want to make sure that those in the opposition are aware of that plan and aware of where it's going when they accuse us of trying to hold up road traffic and trying to restrict motor vehicle drivers, that is what the CPF plan actually entails. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Beckett. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Chair. This is a really difficult decision. It was a difficult decision last time we considered it, and I think it's even more perhaps difficult today. I think I spent more time considering this item and last month's item than I have on any other council business. Councillor Taylor and Councillor Bradham and I spent 4 hours walking the route with the GCP officers trying to understand it. Yesterday, Councillors Hay, Bullard and I spent 2 hours listening to CPPF on their proposal as well, which is also very interesting. And I spent many hours trying to work my way through the reams of paperwork and also arguing with strangers online, trying to understand their point of view as well, which is something I do anyway. It's a difficult decision, partly because I think that there is some value to CPPF proposals, and I'd like to hear more of them. But then we surround ourselves with rhetoric in these debates. So we just heard Councillor Count talking about an ancient orchard in his moving to this motion. Now, is it an ancient orchard? If it's 100 years old, can it be ancient? One of the things I've asked for repeatedly is an age profile of the 520 trees that are due to be destroyed. It should be quite easy to age those trees, and we should be able to have a sensible discussion about how old they really are without talking about hundreds of years old trees and ancient orchids. So that's really difficult. The other thing that makes it difficult to support this motion is some of the language used in the written text of it. So I don't agree that the previous debate was seriously flawed. I was chair then, and I would have stopped it if I had. So that makes it very difficult to accept it. And going back to rhetoric, when we hear about these huge amounts of CO2 emissions, well, yes, all transportation, all construction includes huge amounts of CO2. Yeah, but what you need to do is reduce those numbers down to a simple metric, which is the CO2 emitted per passenger mile. So if this is successful, this motion, I want to see both projects compared in terms of CO2 emissions per passenger mile. I haven't made my mind up which way I'm going to vote today, but I would like to hear through you, Chair, Councillor Count, in his summing up, to commit that if we go ahead and we do back his motion today, that he will support whichever option comes out favourably from the report. And you know, if I hear that, then I might be inclined to vote with him today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney.
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, welcome to the role. I'll do my best to give you an opportunity to tell me to sit down so that you can also be a hero. In regards to this particular issue, I think if you looked up the term painted yourself into a corner, the ruling group would see a picture of themselves right there, because this is such an obvious situation for you to do a reversal. But of course you won't. Of course, you've decided in advance not to do that. And I understand why, but I would just urge you to just have a think. I know you won't listen to me, but I would urge you to have a think. The reason is this. You're in a situation where you've got something that's massively unpopular, which you would not do if you were this side of the benches. If the Conservatives were in charge proposing this, you'd be railing against it. You'd be using all this rhetoric that you're now saying shouldn't be used. Of course, you shouldn't be knocking down an orchard and spending hundreds of millions of pounds on a project that perhaps could be much, much cheaper. Of course, you should at least look at the other option and do a comparison to see if they work. I mean, that's just obvious. It's obvious to anyone that's listening. I'm sure it's obvious to most of you. I'm absolutely sure that there are lots of people squirming on their benches about this whole issue. But, you know, if you've made a mistake,
You can reverse it. I know it's uncomfortable in the short term. I know initially you feel like you've done the wrong thing or you've backed down, but people quickly forget. But the public will thank you for taking the time to perhaps reverse an incorrect decision, or at least to look at it to see whether it needs reversing. If you just stand firm and say, we're sticking with this and that's all we're going to do and we're not going to listen, you're making a terrible mistake and you'll pay for it down the line. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. I too look forward to having the opportunity of telling you to sit down, but I don't think I need to be a hero to do that. Councillor Goff.
Thank you. At the last council meeting, I made the point in my comments that you can't simply replace the process of detailed studies, consultations and iterations over several years with a quick comparative study of alternatives. The problem with the here's another scheme, so let's take another look approach is that it focuses on the pursuit of a narrow objective, but fails to identify and consider negative impacts that arise. Indeed, there isn't even a part of the process to do so. So let me just illustrate that with two examples relevant to the CPF scheme. The CPF scheme makes no mention of northbound traffic leaving the M11 on junction 13. It speaks to prioritising buses crossing the M11 junction and bridge and lengthening the traffic turning on to the M11. But traffic backing up on the M11 at peak times is a really serious safety issue that is of huge concern to Highways England. Prioritising buses, as per the CPPF proposal, means holding other traffic, including traffic coming off the M11. So that will cause, all other things remaining equal, greater risk of traffic backups onto the carriageway. But worse than that, all other things are not equal. There'll be much more traffic coming from the M11 with the growth of jobs in the West Cambridge site. Huge issue, unaddressed. Second, construction. It's only mentioned in the CPF proposal, in that the scheme may take 2 years to deliver. How's that going to work in such a constrained environment? What closures would be required? During those closures, what would be the diversion route for people living around Camborne? Let's not forget, there isn't a right-hand turn from the A428 onto the M11. Surely it'd be foolhardy to continue to look at a scheme that lacks a clear solution as to how to avoid absolute chaos west of Cambridge for up to 2 years. Now, I'm sure Councillor Camp will just say, add these to the list. But these are not side issues. These are fundamental issues, fundamental problems. The Department of Transport process is there for a reason, because one simply cannot shortcut the development of a comprehensive solution to a complex problem. What one can do is waste an awful lot of time and money trying to do that, and ultimately failing as a result of a flawed process. But to be fair to Edward Lee, the CPF proposal was not presented as a long-term solution. The independent audit looked at the CPPF scheme in the terms under which it was presented, as an interim solution, a series of quick wins. And the independent audit acknowledged the potential merits of the scheme as short-term interventions, but also assessed the scheme in the context of long-term elements that the CPPF scheme depends on, East-West Rail and the Girton interchange. The independent audit considered and explicitly concluded that the East-West Rail project and C2C were complements, not substitutes. Explicit conclusion. In the case of the Girton interchange, we know that we can place no reliance on that within any reasonable time frame. The independent audit, therefore, was undertaken to make sure that the assumptions and constraints that were used in preparing the preferred route remain valid. That was done and was a piece of work above and beyond that required to the Department of Transport process that will stand in good stead through the TWA process as well. And it concluded that the assumptions and constraints that underpin the selection of the C2C scheme as the preferred long-term solution were indeed still valid. I really cannot understand what this motion will realistically deliver that is incremental to what the independent audit has already done. So one way of looking at this motion is that it is at best duplication of the work of the independent audit. At worst, it would be a complete waste of time and money on a flawed and incomplete process. Therefore, I'll not be supporting this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Goff. Councillor MacDonald.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I was unable to join the CPPF discussion yesterday evening as I had parish council commitments, but they did send me the presentation, previous presentation and the recording, and I was able to join last time. So together with a lot of other members, I really have tried to understand what their proposals are and the comparisons with the GCP proposals. Other members have already capably addressed questions on the route alignment, the economies of the scheme and the transport aspects. So I don't want to cover these. Chair, as residents are rightly concerned about ecological and biodiversity impacts, and given my background in agriculture, I'd like please to focus on the biodiversity aspects of the on-road and off-road options and the CPPF perspectives. In the orchard, it's stated that 8 species of bats and many other species are impacted, although these are not documented as far as I know. However, in all the submissions of CPPF, not a single mention is made of the potential impact of their proposed route on Madingley Wood. For those of you who don't know, Madingley Wood is an SSSI of 38 acres. The CPPF proposal runs along the edge of the wood and places traffic signals, as has already been mentioned, right at its boundary. And of course, Madingley Wood adjoins the 800 wood, which was a government case study in planting and diversity. The predominant species in Madingley Wood is pedunculate oak, and this particular species of oak carries 400 insect species, well documented by the ecologists in Cambridgeshire. Huge numbers of caterpillars live in these species of oak, and as such, they're a great source of food for blue and grey tits. The winter moth, the mottled moth, and the green tortrix all live in these trees. Madingley Wood is one of the 41 SSIs in Greater Cambridge, and under the Greater Cambridge local plan, it's identified as one of the priority sites in the September 21 biodiversity document. Under the November 2020 diversity plan for Greater Cambridge, Madingley was identified as a key opportunity on biodiversity, with 15 individual components for increase in biodiversity. Coton Reserve was identified, but the orchard was not. So members, I am surprised and concerned that no consideration was given by CPPF on Madingley Wood. It's a real treasure trove of biodiversity compared to the orchard. The proposal wants to place the road and the bus lane traffic signals right next to this ancient woodland. The GCP proposal, as I understand it correctly, places a busway at least 200 to 300 meters, or perhaps more, away from this ancient wood, across relatively low diversity wheat and oilseed rape fields. Members, if A.A. Milne's fictional character, Christopher Robin, were here, he would say, I don't want you to damage the orchard, but you must protect the 38-acre wood. We don't have a 100-acre wood, but we do have a 38-acre Madingley Wood, which is an SSSI. These are choices, members. My choice is a guarantee of protection of the wood under the GCP plans, and so I'm afraid I will not support the motion to rerun an assessment and possibly greater impact on Madingley Wood. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor MacDonald. Councillor Hay.
Thank you, Chair. I, like Councillor Ferguson, attended the CPPF presentation yesterday. And can I say, I was very impressed with the presentation that they gave us. And they, like us, are not asking that the busway does not go ahead. They are asking that we do a proper comparison, because unless we've got a comparison between the two schemes next to one another, we cannot really make a decision on which is the best in the long term. And that's why I will be supporting this motion.
Thank you for that, Councillor Hay. Councillor Goldsack.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a couple of points. And can I just say what a fascinating debate, really good debate. And it's showing that people have read into this and researched it, and I think that's more the better. Can I just draw your attention to the motion? The motion says to directly compare the CPPF on-road proposal against the GCP. It's not saying yes, it's not saying no. It's the comparison that's wanted. Now, some of the great comments I've heard today from Councillor MacDonald, Councillor Gough, et cetera, are really informative stuff, right? It says here under the recommendations, let's have that as an impartial report on which all members can then base their things. Councillor Beckett made a very, very good point, okay? The CPPF is built against the fact that the existing one was in place for them to say, to use as a yardstick and to go against. Well, I would say the CPPF one is now in place for Councillor Beckett to go against, to give us reasons not to, right? We need that impartiality. We need that review and that impartial view to inform members to make an informed decision, right? I am not as educated as Mr. MacDonald, Councillor MacDonald, on Madingley Wood. It's not my area. What he said today resonated with me, and it needs research, but it needs an impartial view. You know, we had an impartial view at the last meeting from Councillor Atkins, who's the local member for the said Wood. It's such a shame, and I guess a little bit of a surprise that he's not here today, because he spoke very well for the initial vote, then voted for the substantive motion at the end. But that local input was also very valuable. So it's a shame that he's not here today. I don't know the reasons why he's not here, but you know, we're missing his input today as a local member. So I would just urge everybody in the room, just cast your mind back over what this motion is asking for. It's not saying throw the GCP model away. It's not saying that. It's saying there's a viable alternative. May have a couple of flaws, but let's have an impartial review of that and make sure that we know what those flaws are and how they stack up against the GCP, so that we can then make a truly considered opinion. Because at this moment in time, I think members are being denied that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Goldsack. I should perhaps say that when Councillor Atkins sent his apologies, it was, I have a long-standing family commitment today. So that is the reason he is not here. He does go on to say he will be very disappointed to miss the debate. Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. We had some public questions earlier on around the C2C and around the debate that happened last time, and I will have to go back over the papers that were referred to, but I'm certainly not convinced by some of the answers we received. As is well known, I have issues with the way the GCP operates, and this proposal has not changed my opinion. The proposed busway is trying to solve inbound congestion from 7:45 to 9:45 weekdays only. I've seen the PowerPoint this morning. Like Councillor MacDonald, I had 2 parish council meetings last night, which had issues I needed to deal with. So hence I was unfortunately unable to, but I have looked at the PowerPoint presentation. To me, it just seems crazy that we're going to spend over £200 million without a proper comparison between the schemes to solve what is, it's an important issue, and I hear all of the comments made. I used to drive along that stretch of the road to get onto the M11 a number of times, so I know the traffic problems. I think what we need here is for this important decision is an impartial view before we potentially make a very huge and expensive mistake. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. Councillor Machini.
Oh, thank you. I did not intend that to be a direct response, but clearly we're running out of speakers.
We are running out of speakers.
Maybe good. No, thank you very much and I would like to start by saying, you know, it's always good to debate things. Quite a lot of the stuff that you've heard today, you haven't heard for the first time. You heard most of the points raised by Alex Beckett in the previous debate. You heard most of the points raised by Councillor Gough in the previous debate. You heard most of the points raised by Councillor MacDonald in the last debate. There's mention in the motion that this was considered misleading and bad. If this changes your mind, I would be impressed. But, you know, what I was going to say, and this is very important that we remember today that we are here to debate a matter for this council to decide. I'm not speaking here as the GCP representative of this council on the executive board, although I would quite like to remind people that I am the representative of this council on the board, not the other way around. And as such, it is my job to make sure that the interests of this council and of our relationship with our partner authorities are represented on the GCP board. That's my job on the board. My job here is to decide as a member of this council whether there is any merit in discussing this motion and this proposal again. It is extremely important for us to remember just how tight our resources are, just how much pressure we are under to use our resources wisely. Decades of neglect and managed decline on our highways makes there's enormous pressure on every penny we spend on our highways, and we need to be absolutely laser focused on the maintenance of our roads at the present time. One, of course, of the biggest factors actually influencing the fact that our roads are coming apart is climate change. Carbon neutral transport alternatives are extremely important in addressing that for the future. The decisions that we make now are determining the state of our roads in the decades to come. And we shouldn't spend our money trying to delay that. We have had a briefing note to go with this motion, as we always do. It is very important to take into account the fact that the officers that we are asking, that this motion is asking for the officers to do a piece of work, the officers that we are asking to do this piece of work are telling us, A, we don't have the resources to do this job, and B, if we did, it would be no added value to what we already know. Now, as a member of the administration, I do know that sometimes your officers tell you that they would prefer not to do something. Sometimes you have to stand up to them. But when you do that, you have to make sure that you understand the implications of what you are doing. And in this case, we really need to think about whether there is any added value to what we are asking for to be done. Councillor Sharp, of course, we have got to resolve congestion on certain parts of the roads for people currently coming into Cambridge. The problem is, it is absolutely not the case that the scheme is being brought forward to solve congestion inbound at a particular time. The report from 2019 that people quote when they find these figures does not take into account the other part of the objectives of the scheme, which is to cater for future growth. When the 6,000 new dwellings in West Cambourne and Bourne Airfield finish to be built, when those 10,000 jobs in West Cambridge are provided, that data will be out of date, and we know that already. That's what this scheme is trying to do, not to solve the problem now, to solve the problem in 50 years' time. May we be still here. The National Planning Inspector is going to come, is going to assess everything on the table, everything that has been looked at, everything that has been discussed, and including the cost effectiveness and future proofing of everything we are going to do, including whether or not these measures that are being proposed suit and fit the scheme objectives for the future and the planning objectives of us and our partner authorities. Let's please let them get on with it.
Thank you for that. Councillor Shaler.
Thank you very much, Chair. I don't want to go over again everything that Councillor Moschini has just said, but I absolutely agree with it. I also have trouble with the use of the word ancient when it comes to a working fruit farm. In order to keep the trees, plants productive, they need turnover on a regular basis. If we were to allow them to accumulate moss and lichen and disease and weeds and grow old, it wouldn't be very old. They would die, and then through succession, in a few thousand years, perhaps we might have something that is an ancient woodland. But what we're being asked to do here is compare a variation of a scheme that has already been looked at. And we could probably do this again and again and again and delay and add cost. But Chair, it seems to me that the on-road argument is missing the point a little. I'm not going to say red herrings and straw men, but the busway is not primarily about speed or journey times. It is about reliability. dependability, a predictable timetable. You arrive unencumbered. You don't have to worry about finding and financing parking or worry about depreciation and damage or accidents. You can read en route. It's not about some too little, too late reduction of current congestion. It is about planning for the future, as others have said. We need to be able to move more people in and out and around Cambridge than is possible using the current mix. The more the route is off-road, the more scalable it is. A cycleway that is right next to traffic on a road is not a nice place to be. And putting more heavy traffic on existing roads that would also have to be modified does incur a maintenance cost. And of course, having everything in the single corridor makes it difficult to maintain without moving the traffic around. Finally, if we don't look ahead, we will be in a worse position in a few years, but with no GCP funds to do anything about it. We don't live in a country that stops people moving for work or businesses moving to where they need to be. The Greater Cambridge area is not a gated community, no matter how much some might want it to be. We need alternatives now and for the future. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Shaler. We've had a good debate on this, so I'm now going to ask Councillor Jonas. Councillor Hunt, I think probably we've done enough now, so I'm going to bring the debate to a close. Councillor Jonas King, you reserved your right to speak. I invite you to speak now.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try and keep it quite brief because a couple of my colleagues have already touched on the point I'm about to make, but I want to bring it back to the motion itself, which is asking for this impartial comparison. And I think, to be honest with you, if we're honest with ourselves, across the room, there's so much debate on these two schemes that it raises more questions than it does answers, and questions from the public as well. So I think the obvious route to go is to have this impartial comparison so that we can actually see them side by side and make an informed decision. We're talking about millions and millions of pounds. We're talking about the potential for huge environmental and habitat loss. And we spoke about scrutiny of another item previously on in the meeting, and it just feels like now we're debating the opportunity to scrutinise another decision. Feels like the administration want to vote that down too. And that surprises me because although, you know, it surprises me more from the Labour members, because although I disagree with Labour members politically, I've always held Labour members in high regard in terms of their integrity. So I never expect them to go back on their beliefs, and I never expected them to ignore public opinion. Never, not really. So it just seems really surprising that they were about to potentially lose a vote on a motion that could provide the public with the answers that they want and provide us all across the whole room with the answers we need to make an actual decision, regardless of what decision that is. And I think Councillor Ferguson made a really good point on being able to look at the carbon emissions side by side and see which scheme is better for the environment. I think that's a really sensible suggestion as well. So I want to bring this back to the motion. This is really, really about making sure we make the right decision and having the right information in front of us. So I would urge everyone to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor King. And finally, Councillor Count.
Thank you, Chair. And what an interesting debate that has turned out to be. I've made a number of notes, and I'm going to start off with the public question time this morning about the carbon. And one of the things I've got in point 6 is the carbon net zero to be compared for the two schemes. And I include in that, Councillor Ferguson, direct reference to CO2 emissions. And I would love to support whatever makes sense when it comes out. One of the front runners for me is actually carbon net zero. I am one of those green advocates that believes in this thing. At the end of the day, we won't get that information without this. But that introduction there, which I agree to formally here, is at the behest of the group leaders to ask the Chief Executive to add into the motion alongside all of the other comparisons that are made that people have said aren't in there. That is included in the debate because there were bound to be some. You know, Councillor Mills said not all of it's 100 years old. There was references by Councillor Ferguson and Shaler. is it right to call it ancient? Well, you know, just let me ask you, if it's not right to call it ancient, or if it's not all 100 years old, does that make it okay just to bulldoze straight through the middle of it? I don't really think so. There are a number of very well-informed comments by those people and others, Councillor Beckett, Councillor Goff, Councillor MacDonald, on their layperson's perspective. I'll give a little bit of benefit to Councillor MacDonald on his biological input there, but basically we're all lay people interpreting this data the best we can. And I haven't come here today and stood up and waved my paper about and said, I want you to build the CPPF scheme instead of the C2C scheme because I know it's right. Because I still don't know if it's right. I have one team of experts who have presented a very, very credible argument. That team of experts, the CPPF, actually had the report independently audited. They agreed that it stacks up. The C2C, so the GPC audit did not ask for comparison. There was a very clever use of wording from the back. Within the remit of their response, within their original guidelines, so they were directly, it's in the audit report, we were not asked to compare. However, there is some merit to the CPF scheme, but we cannot compare them because they were told not to. I fear for this council embracing a knowledge that you were told not to compare a scheme, just audit your own, because of the danger that auditing it, that actually comparing it, may deliver results you don't want to hear. So I'm asking for the lay people and all those lay people comments backing up on the M11, etc., to actually go to those experts, to actually come to a decision. What does work? What doesn't work? What does it deliver? What doesn't it deliver? Councillor Shayler talked about reliable arrival times, but the CPC, the GPC scheme, only goes to 2 employment destinations, and then you have to change buses from the centre for the other ones. The other scheme goes to 4 major employment destinations. It might be fractionally less reliable, but it's actually faster to the biomedical campus and Cambridge North. There was mention of the cycleway being dangerous next to a major road. You're looking at the wrong scheme there. This is not that scheme. This uses the alternative cycle route, which is where the room comes from, so that it doesn't impact Madingley Wood. It's outside it. The reason that there isn't a massive ecological damage there, I believe, is because it doesn't drive through the heart of it. But a comparison would actually deliver that knowledge for all of us to sit down and think about. It's a shame when people talk about the lack of time and process, or waste of time and process, and no resource, no value, right? This is a £200 million scheme. The public are unanimously united against what the current administration is planning to do. Nobody wants to see the destruction of an orchard, ancient or otherwise. Nobody wants to see 49,000 tonnes of concrete laid if there is an alternative available. When you're talking about such staggeringly large schemes and numbers, surely there is enough resources in a £600 million a year organisation called the County Council to check the work, to come to its own opinion when the GPC has instructed the auditor not to compare the CPF scheme with this.
Thank you, Councillor Count. Your time is up. Thank
Chair,
you.
I was disadvantaged. I can't see a clock from here. So if I could just close.
You have 10 seconds.
Thank you for indulging me, Chair.
Councillor Bowden, do you have a point of order?
Yes, I do, Chair. Given the importance of this matter, I'd like to request that there be a recorded vote, please.
For which you need a number of members, 14 members. Do we have 14? Splendid. Thank you very much. I'll now take an electronic vote on the motion. Mr. Snowden, can you please start the vote? Sorry, it's going to be quite a lengthy process, this.
Thank you. I'll call out each member in turn. Councillor Ambrose Smith. Batchelor. Beckett. Billington, Bird, Black, Bowden,
For.
Bradnam,
Against.
Bulat, Bywater, Connor, Corney, Costello, Count, Coots,
Against.
Criswell,
For.
Daunton,
Against.
Dew. He left. I think he's left the meeting. Dupre, Ferguson, French,
For.
Gardner, Gay,
Against.
Goldsack,
For.
Goodliff, Goff, Hathorn, Hay. Howell, zero object, no. Howitt,
Against.
Hunt, Kindersley,
Against.
Jonas King, Maria King,
Against.
Simon King,
For.
MacDonald, Maguire, Miskini, Milnes,
Against.
Murphy, Nethsinger, Ray, Reynolds, Sanderson, Steve, Shayla,
Against.
Sharp,
For.
Slatter, Taylor, Thompson,
Against.
Tierney, For, Van der Ven, Whelan, Wilson. I'll now call the vote, Chair. That's 21 votes in favour, 32 against, no abstentions. Therefore, the motion is lost.
Thank you, Mr. Snowden. That concludes discussion of the second motion. We now move to the third motion submitted by Councillor Bryony Goodliff. Before I ask Councillor Goodliff to move and speak to her motion, I would like to move a motion to suspend standing orders to allow one of our care leavers to speak before this item. As members will know, we have a collective responsibility to young people in care as corporate parents, and by extension, care experienced people. Listening to and hearing our young people when making decisions about them is an important part of that role, and consequently, I would ask for your support in suspending the standing orders in this exceptional, and I think as Councillor Count pointed out to me yesterday, the first time we have ever done this. I want to underline why this, I feel, is so important. We are parents, and one of our looked after children has moved on in the world, and I think it's important that we hear what she has to say. So the proposal before you is to suspend standing orders for this item. Do I have general assent, or do you wish to take a vote?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Thank you very much, members. So I would like now to invite Elle to address the council.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Please press ahead when you're ready.
Perfect. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to me. Okay. Care experience is often misunderstood. The first words that are usually said to me once I tell somebody that I was in foster care are, "You mean like Tracy Beaker?" Followed by a long and often really awkward pause. Of course, it's understandable why people react like this, given the presentation of us in the media alone. It's enough to scare anybody. And this is without the added mystery and misconceptions of being taken out of class regularly to meet with a social worker or police or support staff, all of which the system require. Combine this with outcomes for children in care, and it doesn't look great. But we need to shift our perspectives. It's common for these children to have experienced trauma all over the country as a child. And I think it's important to remember this, that they're vulnerable children. I'm one of the lucky ones, actually. I get to sit here and tell you my story, but I have a job. Next week, I'll be graduating from a fantastic university, and I have the unconditional love and support of both of my foster parents. I'm often told I made it out, but every day I struggle with the label of being in care. I face decisions none of my peers face. To choose to leave my family behind as they did not support my decision to attend university, to work multiple jobs alongside my degree to get me through. To even get to university, I had to car hop to attend open days, which already made me feel like I didn't belong. When I made it to university, I had to learn how to maintain friendships, even how to write an essay, because I'd never been anywhere long enough to learn those skills. In 3 months, I will have no home, no job, no degree course anymore, and there is an expectation that I will know what to do. To start the process of transitioning, I'm interviewing for jobs. I, of course, value the work that I do with children in care, and as a result, my CV reflects this. Because of my work with fostering charities, my roles outside of university, and of course, my own background. But this isn't shared by employers. When employers find out about my care experience, I often have questions about what that means. Funnily enough, they don't like to hear that you were abused and traumatized as a child and put into a dumping ground filled with other vulnerable children. Despite the achievements I've made since and the resilience I've continuously shown, this isn't just employers though. It stands with friendships and relationships too. It affects every area of life. But of course, these are only a few examples. It often feels like I have to find something to say to justify this upbringing and why I deserve to live a normal life. So for those reasons alone, the recognition and understanding of what care experience is significant. Often these children feel completely alone. They've been left without connections, networks, skills, and opportunity, and all of which are needed in order to have a chance at life. Policy such as this is the only way for this to begin to change. Recognizing that this group is disadvantaged is one thing, but recognizing that this group is also discriminated against is another. Whilst we cannot undo the disadvantage and we cannot take away the trauma, we can ensure that these children are considered and prevented from further discrimination when it comes to policy and decision-making, which is a positive start. And it's a wonder that this action has not been taken already. This is an opportunity for Cambridgeshire to be at the forefront of innovative thinking and change, which in my experience and understanding has not been the case in the past. Whether it's data gathering and engagement in virtual schools, campaigning, or simply even a social media post, I've seen efforts from many local authorities in care experience matters, but never my own. What we're doing right now is not enough. It is my hope that with this motion, we can begin to move forward, improve our understanding around care experience, and ensure that future policy is made that considers a group which for far too long has been disregarded. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me.
Elle, thank you very much for your extremely wise words. Thank you very much for your challenge, which I hope the council will take up enthusiastically. And I'm sure I speak on behalf of all members when I say thank you for coming along and sharing your experience, and to offer you our very best wishes for both for your degree and for your future. Thank you very much. So we move now to the debate. Can I ask Councillor Goodliffe to move and speak to her motion as set out on pages 8 and 9 of the council agenda?
Thank you, Chair. And I think, how do I follow that, quite honestly? I'd like to start by offering my sincere thanks to Elle for speaking so well on why this is such an important issue. I'd also like to offer my congratulations to our two newest councillors today, Councillor Black and Councillor Hunt. Congratulations on being elected to represent your districts and on becoming corporate parent to 660 young people in Cambridgeshire. This was in the small print. In addition to our children in care, we also have responsibility for our residents who have previously been in care. In the same way that as parents, we don't stop supporting our children when they reach 18, this motion seeks to ensure that as councillors, a council and as a county, we provide this support in all that we do. This is in addition to and will complement our local offer and the brilliant work carried out by our amazing social workers and personal advisors. Making care experience a protected characteristic ensures that our corporate parenting responsibility is at the forefront of all of our decisions, all of our policies, and all of our practice. I've begun conversations about this across the room, across the county and the districts, and I can say there's been a really positive response to making this a county-wide initiative. This motion is brought following the publishing of Josh McAllister's independent review of children's social care. The recommendations included that government should make care experience a protected characteristic, and new legislation should be passed which broadens the corporate parenting responsibility across a wider set of public bodies and organisations. If this were passed, this would make the UK the first country in the world to recognise care experienced people in this way. Many care experienced people face discrimination, stigma and prejudice in their day-to-day lives, as we've heard today. Public perceptions of care experience centre on the idea that children are irredeemably damaged and can lead to discrimination and assumptions being made. This stigma and discrimination can be explicit and often comes with assumptions about the likely characteristics of children and adults that have care experience. They can also be implicit and are evidenced in the way that care experience is discussed in schools, workplaces, and the media. At its worst, this can lead to care experienced people being refused employment, failing to succeed in education, or facing unfair judgments about their ability to parent when they have children and families of their own. Terry Galloway, who's been travelling across the UK leading this campaign for care experience to become a protected characteristic, is here with us today and has given me the following words. This motion is about ensuring that care experienced people are heard in places they have not been heard in before. Today, he is hoping that this chamber becomes the 30th council to pass this motion and that it does so unanimously across all parties. Care experienced people are 70% more likely to die prematurely than their peers. Care experienced people live 20 years less than the general population. Terry's sister, Hazel, was also brought up in care. They were separated, both suffered trauma and abuse, and were left with no support. She wanted love and a sense of belonging and tried to have her own family. It was too much. Her trauma was never resolved. She ended up addicted to drugs and alcohol, and her own children were taken into care. She was broken. She and Terry then made a promise to change the care system together so others did not suffer like them. However, hours after disclosing to statutory services that she felt she was going to die, she was killed by her boyfriend, stabbed in the back. Terry tells me this is tragic, but that the real tragedy is that this is still happening to care experienced people across the country. They are vulnerable as they look for love. Whilst looking for love and a sense of belonging, they are getting picked off by criminal gangs, exploitation, coercion, and perpetrators of domestic violence. Care experienced people are hidden from view. This motion is about making sure care experienced people are heard, that Cambridgeshire County Council think about them in everything that we do. It is also about calling upon our partners to also think about care experienced people in everything that they do. I'd like everyone, this is from Terry, I'd like everyone hearing this to consider if you're no longer present in this life and your children or your nieces and nephews had come into care, what would you want for them? Would it be a broken system where over 50% of young prisoners up to 21 are from care, or a world where the 25% of the homeless population is from care? Hearing the testimony from Elle and Terry, it's clear more needs to be done to ensure society can help reduce stigma and discrimination including creating greater public consciousness on this issue. Just as with other areas of equality, there is a case to go further. Therefore, we call upon this council to make care experience a protected characteristic. Chair.
Thank you, councillor Goodliff. Do you have a seconder?
I'm seconding the motion. Thank you, councillor Kindersley. It's councillor Bradnam.
Councillor Bradnam, thank you. Do you wish to speak now, or would you like to reserve your right to speak?
I'll speak now.
Thank you. Councillor Bradnam.
Thank you, Chair. So I speak as chair of the corporate parenting subcommittee of this council. Every 3 months, the members or thereabouts, the members of the corporate parenting subcommittee and I meet a small group of young people here at New Shire Hall. They're the representatives of the Children in Care Council, and they attend the subcommittee under the careful support of participation officers to tell us about the activities that they and the children in care have taken part in since our last meeting. Some of them are shy, some are confident, they're often funny, often challenging, and they're always vulnerable. They're just like any other children in many ways, except that all of them have suffered some kind of trauma that brought them into our care as looked after children, into our arms as corporate parents. And I'll remind members, we all received this card, which is our pledge to our looked after children. It has 10 promises that we took on behalf of our looked after children, that we would look after them. I can share them with you later if you like. Our subcommittee meetings focus on 3 main areas through the year. We look at education, health, and placement. This is the technical term for finding them kind and loving foster carers. The last time we met the young people, once they'd given us a penguin biscuit each, we looked at the wording in our agenda documents, and they said, we don't like the word placement. They said it made them feel like pieces in a board game, moved about like pawns without any agency of their own. I imagine it brought up feelings of being pushed about from place to place to someone else's tune with no agency of their own. Of course, the process of finding them places is sensitive. It's careful. It's the motivation for that is to find them somewhere loving to live, to be supported. Trying to find a family and often foster siblings in a kind and supportive home in which they can thrive. The word placement offended them. Good for them for calling it out. So we said, what would you prefer? And we talked about it for a bit. And they said, we tried out various words, and they said, we'd like you to talk about homes, just like any other child. So we changed the wording in our documents that we share with them. They just want to be the same as any other child. They don't want to be different. And as Elle pointed out, there are so many opportunities in schools where it's identified. They have to be taken out of class for meetings with social workers. They're measured, scored. They have to fill in all sorts of questionnaires. Some other children do this as well in our schools. But our children in care want to be recognised as young people with exactly the same hopes and aspirations as any youngster. These children are, what I should also say is many of these looked after children are wonderful. They are so resilient. I've been so impressed by their drive. But many of these children in our care are in our care because they've needed our intervention and support to enable them to be on a level playing field with other children, to be able to access opportunities with confidence. We need to recognise that people who've experienced being in care continue to have specific needs and vulnerabilities, and we need to take these into account when making decisions that are likely to affect them. We need to be mindful that care experienced people often face discrimination, and we need to counter that and address it proactively before it happens. So I heartily endorse this motion so that this county works to establish Cambridgeshire as a county where each of our local authorities treat our care leavers similarly And we embed in our thinking as policymakers the need to proactively seek out and listen to the voices of care experienced people when developing new policies, so we ensure that those policies are based on their views and needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bradnam. Councillor Bywater.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairman. I'm just going to say a few words, really, particularly a great thanks to Ellie, who came and spoke very eloquently, far better than me. And I was going to draft something, but I'm just going to speak off the cuff here, really. This is a really good motion. I want to thank, I've already spoken to Brian and Councillor Goodliff about this, but I just want to give a little bit of a backstory. Probably getting on to 40 years ago, as a 16-year-old, I joined the Royal Marines, undertook commando training, and I came across young men from all walks of life from different parts of the country, and it's a great level of that training, believe me. And one particular friend of mine during that time became very close to me, was in fact a care leaver, and we talked about many things, especially when you're other sides of the planet and the world in hostile environments. It's amazing what you talk about. And Councillor Bradham's talked about resilience, and that's one thing that I learned from him, was his resilience to do stuff. I then joined the police force. I did 10 years in South Manchester, probably in the most violent place in the country called Moss Side. And I used to go to care homes in South Manchester, which were abysmal, listening to the same stories, the same challenges that Ellie's told you about today. And then fast forward to 3 years ago, and myself and Councillor Every, who was the former chair of the corporate parenting board, introduced a pilot scheme for mentoring care leavers, because I've made the decision that these people need to have positive role models. We talk about corporate parenting, positive role models are key. And I learned that in the police, and how young people are influenced by county lines gangs, all the other sort of horrible things that we hear about regularly. The pilot scheme started, and we had a variety of people, professional people from Cambridgeshire, a really good, exciting project. COVID took place. I got introduced, and I was going to lead by example and mentor a young care leaver. This particular young man was in trouble with the cops. I'm not going to name him. He lived in Cambridge, and we used to meet up once a month throughout COVID, and the last 3 years I've met him. To say he has excelled has been unbelievable. He was in trouble with the cops. He's having major issues with his money, finances, where he's going to live, how he's going to work, what he's going to do. The pilot scheme was brilliant to all those care leavers who took part in it, and I'm glad that Brian has told me that we're going to continue that, and we're looking forward to doing it. I'm going to be a mentor, so I want to talk about our responsibilities as corporate parenting. I'd encourage you to do it. Okay, I've got massive satisfaction out of it. I've been a councillor for 10 years, and it's probably the best thing I've done in this council. Okay, other than being chair of CYP, of course, but I'd encourage you to do it. If you can't commit to it, other people in your network. Okay, other people. I've had some confirmation we may have some senior fire officers from the fire authority going to take part in it. If you can't do it, get into your network, and I'll ask other professional people to do it. Okay, because these young people need positive role models. Okay, you can push your politics to one side. This is about being a positive role model for these young people. And the recommendations talk about the influence that our district councils can have. Okay, our district councils can be instrumental in helping with housing, job applications, signposting. So this, although it's not directly linked to us, we have influence there, especially double hatters like myself. Okay, so this is a good motion, but look, we've all got a responsibility here. Help the chair of CYP, because we're helping people like Ellie. I'm a grandfather now, and so we've all seen it. We want positive outcomes for our young people in Cambridgeshire. I urge you to support this. Thank you very much.
Well done. Thank you, Councillor Bywater, the youngest looking grandparent, I think, in the chamber. Councillor Slatter.
Oh. Right. As a grandmother of 9, I'll about no. Mine's a bit off the cuff as well. Thank you very much, Councillor Bywater. I'm prompted to speak partly on a technical thing, and it's really a question to raise and hope we can iron it out. We naturally talk about our
care leavers, and we indeed are corporate parents for all of the children in Cambridgeshire. Obviously, a lot of the young people who are coming into the county for work will not be ours, but hopefully, thanks to Galloway, this will become a national movement so that it is indeed a protected characteristic. But even without the law to tell us to, I hope we can do it, and also that other county councils can do it, and we can just spread the word. And it may be a matter of training and awareness. I was very lucky to be given the trauma awareness training. I encourage everybody to do that. It is most uncomfortable, most illuminating, and it certainly made a difference to the way I think about things and the lifetime consequences of early trauma. And to be aware of that without it being a stigma or something that separates young people from their peers is what we would hope the careful employer would do, and would thereby get a really good employee. So I would hope we don't screech to a halt at the boundary. I sadly, as some of you know, I work in a homeless charity, Winter Comfort on People's Feet, and I ended up looking up at a care leaver with a most glorious smile, but very few teeth, and he was a Luton care leaver. And I know that, that hopefully he is being helped by that charity, but we need to make sure that we spread the word, or we spread out, other people are probably there before us, that we're aware and we feed it into all of our systems, as this excellent motion says. Just a question that I hope we don't have to draw the line at the county boundary too much, because I'm sure there's equal goodwill among councillors on the other side of our marches. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Dr. Boulat.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's really great to see cross-party support on this, and I really welcome Cambridgeshire County Council being the 30th county to consider this initiative. I actually had the privilege to meet Terry Galloway with Councillor Goodliff earlier today and hear directly from him about his campaign. So I really congratulate him for all the work that went into this campaign, as well as Ellen and other people with care, who are care experienced, who are very active in this campaign, trying to get this message across the UK. So hopefully more councils will follow. Now, the Equalities Act is there to reduce stigma and to create inclusivity in society. And on this characteristic of being care experienced, you're either care experienced or not. So it's something that from an implementation point of view is actually quite easy to implement, unlike some of the other debates on personal characteristics that are going on in the country at the moment. So I think this is, like, from an implementation point of view, it's something that's positive to do and also quite easy to think about initiatives at both local and national level on this characteristic. Corporate parenting is, of course, our responsibility, but I think this responsibility to our care experienced young people should go in all different services as well as local businesses, and we should encourage everyone to be part of this campaign. And I do agree with some comments previously in the debate. I think this is a matter that we should raise as a council. We should advocate for this to become national law within our powers to do lobbying and advocacy at the local level, as it is in fact recommended by the independent review of children's social care published in May 2022. So I think that's something we can put in some pressure on central government at the local level as well, because I think it would be truly amazing. You think about this, if the UK would become the first country in the world to recognize as a country care experience as a protected characteristic. So it would be truly leading the way as a country on inclusion of one of the groups that is most disadvantaged in our society. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Chair. This is a difficult one for me, and perhaps I should start by declaring an interest as the parent of an adopted child. Now, I don't think of my son as being adopted. He's my son, but he spent the first 2.5 years of his life in the care system with an excellent, loving foster family. And despite that good start, we've faced problems throughout, and he's grown up to be an excellent young man, and I'm very proud of him. But during that time, and I realize this is a small segment of the children in care, the ones who are adopted into a loving family home, but we've received zero support from anybody. It's never been used for his benefit. He's had no special treatment, despite I think that all young people who come from the care system have some really profound issues. I think one of the things that it's difficult for adopters like me to admit is that we think that we're the same as natural parents, but we're not. And I made that conversation a few years ago to somebody who was an adoptee, And she told me to read a book called The Primal Wound, which talks about how every single child that's been in the care system has to face these attachment issues, which are severe and will last their whole lifetime. So I take this very personally. I completely support this motion. In the foreword to that book, The Primal Wound, it says that if you want to find out about Nigeria, you don't ask a Norwegian. We have to listen to the voices of people who've been through the care system. And so Elle's speech at the start of this was amazing. It's the best speech I've ever heard in politics. So that was incredible. But I'd also like to ask that it's very easy in county councils or in local government to lose track of people. So one of my issues is that my son was adopted out of authority for various reasons, and from that point onwards he was forgotten. So I think it's important that we don't only apply this support and to children who are adopted from the county council, but for children who were adopted from anywhere else in the country or in foster care or anywhere else in the country and end up moving into our area as well. So I think that's an important consideration, but it's really, really important and something which I support completely. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Just to say that with experience of being in care, I was in care for many, many years here in Cambridgeshire, actually, in Midfields Children's Home. Wasn't too bad. And it wasn't a good experience either. So there was a good and bad there. But after being in care for nearly 5 years, they found out when I was 12, I couldn't read or write. So no one had bothered to take me to school or give me any education whatsoever. So anyway, at 12, I was adopted. And then everything stopped, which is not good because problems can set in and that child has got nowhere to go, which happened to me. So we have to think of children that have been adopted as well. So you've been through the care system that's been okay, if sort of, and then you get a foster family. You're adopted quickly. I was adopted quickly, and then everything stopped. And when I was a teenager, I needed the help then, and I didn't get no help whatsoever. So I think we have to look at the whole system of being in care, then being adopted. Do not leave the child once it's adopted, especially a teenager, with the family without any backup. So just thought I'd say that.
Thank you for that. I have nobody else who has indicated to speak. So that being the case, Councillor Goodliffe, if you would like to sum up.
Thank you, Chair. You may have noticed that I have not kept this to Cambridgeshire care experienced people, nor has there been an age limit added. This is deliberate. I kept it open to all of those who have care experience who are in Cambridgeshire, regardless of their current age, and including those who were separated migrant children. How many people? You may ask, I don't know. This may make me sound like an MP who doesn't know how many children they have, but in honesty, it doesn't matter. Because whether the people have been in Cambridgeshire for years or months, we should want to give them this assistance. This support will apply to anyone who has had the legal definition of care experience, 13 plus weeks of care. To quote another of our care experienced people, Nicholas Murray, he said, "It sounds like quite a good idea to make sure people who've left care get help. It might help people like me get a job, for instance, or to be included in things." That's exactly what we're trying to do here today. On mentoring, I thank Councillor Bywater for describing his mentoring experience. The motion mentions all corporate parents should commit to acting as mentors, hearing the voices of looked after children and young people, and to consider their needs in any aspect of council work. So I look forward to sending you all information about the mentoring programme being set up and to working with all of you on this. I see support for this across the room here today, and I'm delighted to see cross-party support for our care experienced young people and adults. I'm delighted to see us standing in unity for care experienced across Cambridgeshire. This is not positive discrimination. This is us fulfilling our duty as corporate parents. This is equivalent to me assisting one of my own children with a job application, helping them to get experience or giving them opportunities. We deserve no praise or validation for this. This is our duty. This is our role. This is our privilege, and this is their right. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, councillor Goodliff. There seems to be a general consensus and support of the motion. If anybody disagrees, could they raise their hands now? There being no objections, we will take the motion as carried. Congratulations. Now, members, it is 1:45. We are due a break at 2 o'clock, so I suggest that we adjourn for 15 minutes, or do you want longer? Oh, good Lord. Well, somebody is saying too long, very grumpily over there. Councillor Connor, I can hear you. So shall we say 2:15? Thank you. Elisa is coming back. Oh, that's nice. Mark, are you expecting Steve back? Yes, okay.
How's that? No, I didn't. I was just thinking, what was my response?
Are you your brother's keeper?
Really?
Members, I think we will make a start, but I am conscious that Councillor Count is not yet with us, and as a leading front bench opposition member, Councillor Goldsack is going to step in if necessary. Okay, so we have now completed discussion of the third motion. We move to the fourth motion submitted by Councillor Ros Haythorne. Can I ask Councillor Haythorne to move and speak to a motion as set out on pages 9 and 10 of the council agenda?
Yes, so this is a motion about cycling and about the cycling infrastructure that we already have in the county, the footpaths, the bridleways, the cycle paths. It was brought home to me on a recent cycling trip from Impington to Ipswich, how good the infrastructure here is. So on the other side of the county border, I found myself being sort of steered onto a footpath by the cycle paths changing sort of priority, and then you're steered directly into a telecoms box across the pathway. And that, just doesn't happen here. And it doesn't happen here because there's really good design. And that design is effort. And I appreciate there are places where there are always tensions within between road users, but there is really good design here, and it's so good it feels effortless. And it's difficult to get that message across, because if you've tried cycling somewhere else and it's too intimidating, then maybe you won't try here. So I think that's something really important we should bear in mind, how good the cycling here, some of the cycling schemes here are. The other thing is, I didn't know until I tried to do it that I could pretty much cycle. Once I get to the busway 400 meters from my front door, I could pretty much cycle from my house to Bottisham on cycle paths separated from the road. And that's sort of amazing and mind-blowing. I didn't know there was an underpass under the A14. I had been looking at Ordnance Survey maps, looking at Google Maps, looking at cycle maps, and I just couldn't put this stuff together. And it reminded me of how a few years ago I took my daughter to nursery in the next village in Girton, and it transpired, I discovered in lockdown, that we'd gone the long way every time because I didn't know a bridleway existed. Because it's really difficult it can be difficult to sort of work out what's on your doorstep because it's not clear. And when sort of investigating this, I discovered there is a cycle map that was printed in 2014, and there is another one about to be printed, and that's really good. But how do we get it in front of people? What is that? Is that interpretation boards that you stumble across? We can have it in libraries, but can we also have it not just in the map section, but on the walls, so that when you're bored, you look at it and you notice it and you think, oh, wow, there's a connection there. So this is just a motion about working with communities, making sure people in communities, are encouraged to think and learn and be curious about what connections there are, so that people can, go out on a Sunday afternoon and cycle to their neighbouring village and cycle back again and have a nice day out, or can use that connection to get to work every day. It's important that this is collaborative because there are lots of other partners working on cycle routes across the county, the Combined Authority and the GCP. But it's also important to work with communities to ask them what they need. It's not okay just to have maps on a parish council desk, actually do the parish council have better ideas about how that information could get into the community? Does a local business want to have a map on their wall? They're not going to want to have a map if they don't know a map exists. Yeah, that's the crux of this motion.
Thank you for that. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Ferguson.
Can I reserve my right to speak, please? Yes, I
Indeed,
second.
you can. So the debate is now open for those who wish to contribute. Councillor Slatter.
I suspect there might be quite a lot of people in this room for one reason or another who sort of phased out while Councillor Haythorne was speaking, but cycles may not be something you use. But let me suggest again that I think the world is changing around us. Those of us who do cycle and have done for most of their lives are welcoming the advent of the electric bike. And that is extending our range, especially as perhaps one hip's starting to go. So there will be cyclists who can stay cycling. So we need to bear them in mind because they hopefully then won't get into their cars as much. But there are other people who can be encouraged to cycle and can enjoy it, especially with a bit of electric power, and can discover the places they live in without filling up the roads with cars. And there are also mobility scooters. Now, these are a great liberation for people for the shorter distances or quite long distances, depending on their battery, whereby they actually discover the world of nature again. A lot of people think, oh, I won't use that until I absolutely have to. But that is really very short-sighted because a mobility scooter enables you to get somewhere that you can walk from and you can go out with your friends. And I think all of these things, if they are made better, more comfortable on cycle paths, and there are maps that can help you to use it, we can use the same, they can be multi-purpose paths that are off the roads. And there are aspects of mobility scooters, of course, that do require some slightly different design, and not all cycle paths would be suitable. But just bear that in mind, that we're not just talking about athletic people like Councillor Haythorne who can cycle to Ipswich, but a more general use for the public in the way of active travel. And that's not, we won't mention the smaller scooters, it was the mobility scooters I was particularly wanting to introduce you to, because we aren't using those enough as we get older. And we think it's a sign of weakness. It's not, it's a way of keeping in touch with our friends and for people to get to shops, to work, to leisure. So I just want to jump on her bandwagon on this one.
Thank you for that, Councillor Slatter. Councillor Dr. van der Ven.
So how many people here, when they came here for the very first time in a car, used Google Maps or Bing Maps or Waze or whatever your GPS? I mean,
Councillor
yeah.
Dr. van der Ven, I will
Sorry.
assume that you're speaking through the chair.
Chair, how did you get here, Chair? I've thought a few times about coming here on my electric bike. If I had an extra 2.5 hours in the morning and 2.5 hours to get home. But the Google Maps and Bing Maps and all the other maps don't tell me whether the recommended route is offering me a safe way to get here. It tells me to go on the A1198. I know that has no cycle path, and et cetera, et cetera. Other areas in our county where we do have safe cycle routes along A roads, for example, the A10 South, where I've been working for about 10 years on a cycle path, the path doesn't show up on any of our internet mapping. There's no way of knowing what the resource is out there. And I would argue that wayfinding for the really excellent infrastructure that we are developing is as important as the infrastructure itself. If you don't know how to get there, you're not going to use it. And if you don't have a network of mapping, we have a lot of little maps. My part of the county has never been mapped. You know, are we going to take 25 maps with us on a trip and try to put them all together? So I think it's an enormously important initiative that's proposed in this motion. And we know that the Greenway, the GCP Greenway scheme is has built wayfinding into its work, but we don't want to end up with wayfinding on a certain set of schemes and not across the entire network. If this motion is passed, I hope that the work ensuing will look at internet-based maps and will I don't know what the other thing is now. I think we need a gigantic single county map, not a lot of little maps in our library. So I hope that can come about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Milnes.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just want to jump on the bandwagon. And as a user of an electric bike, I've got to that age where having the equivalent of a little man pushing you from behind is most helpful. And particularly when you're overtaking much younger people going up hills and they wonder how on earth you're managing. The serious point I want to make is the mapping that this motion asks for is an absolute key to getting the modal shift that we want to achieve. But there are limitations other than that that are also getting in the way. So this is one part of a multi-pronged approach that we need to be taking. And part of it is also the surface of the roads. So if we have cyclists not able to see potholes, I've come off a bike because we've got inconsistency in road layout and curb layout. I did a very elegant 360-degree turn when I fell off the bike and broke my arm. That's going to put people off, as is the surface of the road. So let's do this as part of a sequence of events to make sure we get that modal shift that we're encouraging. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to highlight that living in a brand new community, we have developing rights of ways all the time. So we have new areas, and I have for the last 6 months produced my own map, which I've had to double check with both county and South Cam. So I would really welcome this motion. And we also, as a new community, we have a welcome pack for our new residents that includes 2 or 3 maps. So it would be really lovely if those maps could just be 1, not 2 or 3. And also if we could have a way of keep updating them as new communities evolve, as we have more rights of ways, then that would be really helpful. So thank you to Councillor Haythorne for bringing this forward.
Thank you very much. Councillor Gilstein.
Thank you, Chair. This is a perfectly good motion. There's nothing wrong with the motion. I would like to just add a little side conversation to this motion that, you know, we're talking about priorities for the council and costs and how tight they are. It's come up in all the debates so far. Okay. In Fenland and Fen Edge roads, not all Fenland roads are in Fenland district, right? Many are in East Cambridgeshire, some are in South, some are in Hunts, etc., etc. Without a 4x4, we've got roads you can't travel on. And what we want to do here is spend money for cyclists in case they fall in a pothole. That needs to be done, but it's all about priorities. And I'm just asking you to think about your priorities because it's 12 months now and we still have not seen the drought damage road report for Fenland area, for Fenland damage road from last year. What is happening here in terms of priorities and cost? Very happy to support the motion, Councillor Haythorne. It's a good and decent motion, but we need to be taking a more cross-county look rather than, I'm going to say it, Cambridge-centric look and understanding where we're at. The sustains model and other stuff is going to go around, and that's going to fix an awful lot of these, which we've been very much supportive of at the district level. So let's just have a think about priorities when we're looking at nice motions like this. You know, are they critical or are they nice to have? Because if that's the economic climate we're dealing with, I think we should be using the must-haves.
Thank you, Councillor Goldsack. Councillor Dalton.
Thank you. I'd like to support Councillor Hathorn's motion and just make two brief points. One, I'd like to commend the work of the active travel team. I think they're doing an excellent job, and I think this motion has highlighted that. Secondly, I think having a mapping across the county which shows connectivity is a brilliant idea. It will also show the gaps in the county, and there are whole sections of my division that don't have any cycle paths, and maybe by showing the gaps it might also show the areas where some funding needs to be directed. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Dupre.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to speak as a total non-cyclist, just for a change. I don't want to be the cycling lobby, because I am not, self-evidently, the cycling lobby, to badly mangle a quote from what is arguably the best song by Bob Dylan. I refer to Leopard Skin Pillbox Hat, of course. I balance on a bicycle just like a mattress balances on a bottle of wine. But that aside, I do want to say, firstly, that one of the things we need to do above all if we are to reach net zero is to shift our modes of transport. And that can be to moving on foot, it can be to moving on bicycles, it can be to moving on to electric scooters, e-bikes, all sorts of modes are available, and we need to get there and do that. And we need to see that happen in bulk before people will take that on. One of the things I've been very encouraged by is seeing online examples of before and after in cities, mostly in continental Europe, where they've taken out all the infrastructure that heavily favours the car in order to favour bicycles and foot. And you see hordes of people on bicycles. And personally, I think that's rather great. And the more you map what's possible to get to on a bicycle, the easier you make it, the more people you would attract onto those routes, and the more people will then follow. It's about creating that snowball effect of other people doing it, therefore I'll do it. And that's why I'm so in favour of this motion. This isn't a motion about potholes, nor should it be a motion about potholes. Potholes are desperately important. So are our drought damaged roads in Fenland. They are a different issue to this, and they're not more important than this, because this is also important. Modal shift is important. The other thing I want to say is I'm going to speak not only as a non-cyclist, but also as a resident in East Cambridgeshire, because I don't agree with the false dichotomy that we hear constantly from the opposition, that cycling is for the posh people in Cambridge and everybody else in East Cambridgeshire, Huntingdonshire, Fenland is going to drive in their car everywhere, forever and ever. That's a counsel of despair. I read with interest a little while ago that Huntingdonshire, in fact, District Council, under its former leader, had established a policy that it was going to reach net zero by 2040, which is extremely ambitious and absolutely wonderful. And I have absolutely no idea how they intended to do that when Huntingdonshire contained all of those large roads running through it and had by far and away the highest carbon emissions from transport of any Cambridgeshire district at all. It made absolutely no sense. We've got to get over that false dichotomy that cycling is just for people in one district and 100% car use everywhere forever is what's going to happen to everywhere else, because A, you are not going to achieve your carbon net zero, and B, you are going to disenfranchise large numbers of people who can't afford to run a car. And what we need to do is make roads as safe as possible and provide safe off-road routes for cycles and for pedestrians, and make it easier to get from place to place, particularly for young people who can't afford to run a car. You know, they also need to get out and about. And that's what we need to be concentrating on doing, and mapping the routes that already exist so that it can be easier for people to travel around like that. When I was in Harlow, and Councillor Howitt will also remember this, Harlow, being a new town, had a fantastic network of cycle routes. Absolutely brilliant. And you could be 100 meters from the middle of the town centre and feel like you were in the countryside on those routes. It was absolutely staggering. And at that time I had a tricycle, and that was brilliant because it gave me stability and 3 wheels, and I sort of cycled around on these routes. And it was really good because it gave me a freedom as a non-car driver then to be able to move around the district. We really need to be inventive in how we encourage people to change modes, and mapping things properly to encourage people will help that movement grow. It will achieve our net zero targets, and it'll be more equitable for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Netzinger.
I almost don't need to speak at all after what Laura just said.
If that
but
is an option.
I'll be very, very brief. I've got three very quick things I want to say. The first is that I am a cyclist, and one of the things that lockdown was awful in many ways, but one of the great pleasures of lockdown was cycling on our very quiet roads, and it was wonderful being able to explore Cambridgeshire on a series of roads where the traffic was quite different from how it usually is. I think helping people to understand where is quiet and where is not quiet now that it's no longer lockdown would be really helpful. The second thing I want to say is that this is not just for cyclists, and one of the things that's really noticeable about using our cycle infrastructure is how many other people are using it who are not cyclists. Children on balance bikes and skateboards, wheelchair users. There was some astonishing wheelchair using very fast activity going on around Eddington recently on infrastructure which has been put in for cyclists but is clearly fabulous for people racing wheelchairs, which is not something you see often. And the final thing I want to say is that the drought damaged roads is a massive issue. It is a massive issue for all road users, car users, cyclists, and this would not take anything away from that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Janice King.
Thank you, Chair. As a Huntingdonshire cyclist, I would like to see the money proposed, for which there's nothing stated here, but the money for this project go into the potholes that caused me to come off my bike and others. I haven't bought a new bike since the last pothole wrote my bike off. So I prefer the money from this to go into fixing the potholes. That will encourage me to get back on my bike and others to get back on their bike and more people to get on their bikes. That makes total sense to me, rather than plowing money into apps, which cost a lot of money. But I do welcome Councillor Hathorn's recognition that cycling, and I quote, in Cambridgeshire is of good design and cycle routes are effortless, which I thank the previous Conservative administration for ensuring that that's the case. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Tierney.
Thank you, Chairman. People keep talking about how we want to encourage a modal shift. I wish people wouldn't presume every one of us feels the same. I absolutely do not want to encourage a modal shift. I've no interest in forcing anyone to travel any way other than the way they want to travel. So I support people who like to cycle, I support people who like to walk, and absolutely support people who like to travel by car. Coming from Finland, it's very difficult to live where we live without traveling by car, and people don't want to give up their cars. That doesn't mean cycling is impossible. Of course, cycling is important, but the first thing that needs to be done is to fix the roads. Good roads help everyone. They help cyclists, they help pedestrians, they help motorists. We can't ignore the fact that our roads are in an absolutely diabolical state or continually virtue signalling about cycle this and cycle that. So it's a shame that this motion, which seemed to be quite a good motion about maps, got dragged into the whole net zero cycling lobby debate. It's a shame it went that way, but since it did, I won't be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Beckett.
Thank you very much, Chair. I won't get into maintenance now because I hope we're going to get onto that with the next motion from Councillor Sharp. But I do want to thank Councillor Hathorn for raising this issue. A recent survey found 60% of people really favoured joined up networks. That was the thing they wanted most out of our cycling infrastructure, to be able to get around. I also know just how important these maps are for people to get around, but not just for people to get around. They're also vital to us as an administration in understanding what we need to do in terms of our maintenance, in terms of our gritting, in terms of everything else. I know personally, I've just taught my little 5-year-old to cycle, and she is now very happily cycling to school. And the look on her face as she realized that she could get herself to school is amazing. The reason that she is able to do that is because on the way to school for mine, there is a network of roads that she can take that is quiet. Without that, there is no way that she would be able to cycle to school right now. If she had to go down some of our busy roads without segregated infrastructure, there is no way she would be able to do it. The roads that she is using now, they are not designated cycle routes. They are just roads that are quieter. that she is able to go along. And we see so many people using these ad hoc cycle routes that don't, get set aside as provision special cyclists, but they're just quiet roads that they use. And it's only as a council, by understanding which roads that people use, we can understand how we need to cater for them. We obviously saw the bad weather before Christmas. We saw so many of those roads completely iced over, and saw so many active travel users falling off their bikes or being forced onto the main roads because they couldn't use the back roads that they normally would do, because they weren't designated cycle routes and they weren't considered as cycle routes, and so weren't clear. So I think this has a really greater implication than simply being able to signpost to people where the cycle routes are. It's core to our own understanding of where people use these and what they do. I'm really proud of the work that we are doing as an organisation to create our active travel centre of excellence, and to make sure that we put cyclists on a level playing field with car drivers, and to make sure that they are considered at all parts of this, and that their journeys are considered just as important as those of a motorist. We obviously invest far more in motorists than we ever do in cyclists, but that shouldn't be the barrier to this. It should be that we think about all of our users, be they on the bus, be they on the foot, be they by wheeling, be they by tricycling, as in Councillor Dupre's motion, or be they in a car. We have to think about them all. We need to consider them all, and we need to make sure that we consider all of their needs. So I will be supporting this motion, and thank you, Councillor Hathorn, for bringing it.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Beckett. We've had 11 speakers on this item. We've got 6 more to come, and I expect somebody will decide they've got something to share before we draw this to a close. I don't want to stifle debate, but there is only so many ways you can support a potential map. So, Councillor Shaler, something new, I imagine, to add.
Thank you, Chair. I'll keep it brief. Thank you, Councillor Hathorn. And thanks for saying that we've got good routes. We want, of course, to make them better. Personally, I struggle to find places where I can do long distance running. And so I find routes, but they're not on any maps. So it's all about maps, yes, absolutely. I've been asking about this. Connectivity hubs. In this county, we have historic and even prehistoric pathways and public rights of way all over the place. Some of them have fallen into disrepair. So this is for running equestrian and for other NMU users as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Maguire.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't originally going to speak on this today, but I've heard some interesting things today. I'm going to take this opportunity. But I no longer cycle. That's road safety, for road safety reasons. I find that my balance is not as good as it used to be, so largely going up. But I still walk footpaths. I still walk some of our joint footways. So I'm going to ask those of you who have a lot of influence, both because you're a cyclist yourself or a fellow cyclist, the thing I'd like to see introduced, get this on board, bells. Why is there an absence of them? Why do I'm constantly walking on footways and suddenly realize that, I could be walking with grandchildren. And by the way, I'm also the youngest probably the youngest great grandfather here, with great grandchildren. And, I'm sure most of you experienced it at some stage or other. You suddenly realize there's a cyclist has come up behind you without any warning. We're all like, I'm wobbly, children are wobbly. So please, an appeal, use your influence to introduce. If they make me Prime Minister one day, I'm going to make it a law anyway that cycle bells are compulsory. But the other thing I wanted to raise, Chairman, was I recently, last week, received notice of some footway work that's going to be done in my patch. And with it, and it's about the letter that goes out to residents, we're going to be doing this footway repairs, and it's about footway flurrying. I'm going to quote to you, Chairman. Footway slurry sealing is where a thin layer of tarmac is laid over the footway. This is done to stop any water penetrating the surface and preserve the life of the footway. Therefore, following the treatment, there will be some puddling on the surface when it rains as the slurry follows the contours of the existing footway. Fair enough. But the next paragraph says, unfortunately, we no longer carry out weed killing prior to the work commencing. Chairman, I'm convinced that that particular footway, which is a shared one, will in a couple of years' time be coming apart because we no longer do anything about the weeds underneath. And it's actually worded, unfortunately. So picking up Councillor Milne's points and others made by others about the state of the roads, and whilst Councillor Dupre said, this is not about potholes, this is not that. I'm concerned about the condition of our footways. I would ask, and I hope for the chairman of the Highways Committee will take this on board as well. I'll raise it again. This idea that we no longer do something about the weeds, and there are alternatives to some of the weed killers that are not considered appropriate. This idea that we're going to lay down footways, resurface footways, slurry sealing, whatever, and not doing anything about the weed killing is a retrograde step. That footway will be coming down. So those of you who are walkers, cyclists, or whatever, take that on board. And this has got nothing to do with the previous administration, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Dr. Buller.
Thank you, Chair. I was also inspired to contribute a short contribution after hearing some of the debates previously, because I also, like Councillor Dupre, I'm also someone who doesn't cycle, never cycled in Cambridge, although I'm part of the Cambridge leftists. Like, I don't have a cycle and I don't cycle, and I don't think like anything would persuade me to follow that route. And it's very easy to look at this and think like, well, it doesn't benefit me personally. I don't care about this. But actually, I think it does, because the more people who actually have the choice, and to have the choice to cycle, you have to have the infrastructure to enable that individual choice to actually choose cycling over driving, or perhaps over taking an unreliable bus. I think it actually does benefit indirectly some of us who drive or use public transport, because actually if you have more cycling routes and you have more people who are able to cycle and who want to have the choice to cycle on the cycle routes that are properly mapped, actually frees up a lot of space for buses to be more on time and for drivers to actually have a more, better experience on some of the very congested roads at the moment. So I think it's not like a either or debate. I think it does kind of benefit overall. And I think we need to think about this holistically, about all modes of transport holistically and how they influence each other if we encourage a modal shift on one side or the other for that matter. And just to underline this idea that people speak about, like, oh, I want to have the choice to do whatever I want, my transport choices. Yes, but we need to have an actual, like a realistic choice is when you actually have the infrastructure, and yes, the repairs as well, and the good condition of the roads to do that. So I would just say it's not an either or for me, and I'll support this motion today. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Councillor Count.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sure you'll be delighted to know that I'll be supporting this motion. Not because I find it particularly useful myself. I'm quite a keen cyclist. Many of you possibly don't think this. And I wasn't going to get up until it was a portrayal that somehow the people over there, this side of the room, were all elitist car drivers that chugged out fumes at every opportunity and never took the advantage of that cycling brings. When I say a keen cyclist, I live in March, which is in the north. So it's in the north of the county for some of you that don't really know that this is a county council. And I've cycled to Cambridge, St Ives, Ely, Hunstanton. Yeah, I like cycling. I go to Peterborough. I like cycling, mainly on off-road routes. Very nice to do on a hot summer's day. Would I go to work on my cycle more than a mile, 2 miles on a cold winter's day with the ice on the ground and the snow coming down? Probably not. But we've already heard that the condition of roads which you're responsible for at the moment are in a terrible state, which puts cycling off. We've heard from Councillor Buller say about the terrible state of the buses, which obviously the Labour Mayor's £12 surcharge failed to address. They're unreliable, they don't turn up, and so people in rural communities such as Fenland, such as East Cams, etc., they have no option but to own a car to actually get from A to B, because public transport doesn't work and there are no cycle lanes. But that doesn't mean I don't support this motion, because there are plenty of people not like me on cycles that don't have my ability, don't have my experience, don't know where the routes are, don't know how to get from A to B, don't know how to use an app like All Trails, where it's all already mapped out. Or perhaps some of these maps you've got to pay for, very low subscription fee. So you don't want to do that, and you want the trust that comes from a county council or a Sustrans sign. And I've done a lot to aid cycling in my area. In the north, very south of my town, I campaigned hard to get solar studs going out towards the bypass. Fantastic. There are no lights there. At night time, you can see that path from a long way away. It's got red studs for where you shouldn't go, white for where you should, and you can use it. I campaigned to have it on the Robin Goodfellows Park, a cut through public transport train, roads the other side, but you couldn't cross the park at night because it was absolutely pitch black in a narrow alleyway, got solar studs put in there, which I used. A running group, we heard about fell runners earlier, a running group approached me about Tesco's Bridge and had no traffic lights there whatsoever. And I got solar studs put in there as well. And not only do the cyclists enjoy that, the runners enjoy that as well. So I'm quite keen on expanding all the cycling thing. And last week I had a meeting with the officers at Fenland District Council to discuss how to enhance cycling in March. Not the whole of Fenland, I'm a bit parochial on occasion, in March. And one of the things we've done recently is we've already got our maps, our cycling maps. Councillor French is showing hers there as well. And in fact, March Town Council ordered extra ones to distribute to people because we're quite a keen cycling area. We live on our flatlands. But how are we going to get these cycle paths in March? And so we've drawn up, we've got an activity travel plan so that we're going to move ahead. There's quite a large one going to go entire length of the bypass, 1/3 of the way around town, if we can get it built. And how do we get it built? We need money. How do we get money? Well, it comes from the combined authority from the government. And what's to stop us from getting hold of that money? And I'll tell you what, it's Cambridge City has a better lobbying activity. Cambridge City that has managed to get all the funding from GPC for the Chisholm Trail, for all their other things, goes head to head for us in funding competitions like this to the CPCA, and their bids actually win. And that is such a distinct disadvantage because we don't have the numbers to compete. If you look at a value per buck, there aren't enough people in a place like Fenland to compete with the Cambridge City bid. So you say it's not Cambridge centric, this administration. We started off the meeting with congratulating somebody who found it difficult to drive 21 miles here because the Shire Hall is no longer in the county, no longer in Cambridge City. We followed that up with a debate where every development mentioned was in the GPC area as if there's nothing outside of that. And here we are now developing cycling because it's the most important thing in the world. But when I want to develop cycling, the county council doesn't look at the deprivation in Fenland and say, this is the area we want to prioritise for the health benefits it'll cause. It'll create. Instead, it says, no, we want to use Cambridge City because we need more and more and more there and less elsewhere. I'm sorry, we've got no public transport. Our roads are an absolute nightmare. And whilst the map might do something for some people, it's not going to change the cycling in Fenland until you give us a fair crack of the whip. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Right, Councillor Ferguson, you have waited patiently to second the motion.
Thank you, Chair. So when I agreed to second this motion, I did so because I support all of the objectives. There's one short statement that I don't agree with, which is that the footpaths and cycleways we have are extremely well designed and easy to use. And I was quite surprised to hear Councillor King, who describes himself as a keen cyclist and lives in Huntingdonshire, describing that as a victory from the previous Conservative administration. I'd invite Councillor King to try and take a short 8-mile bike ride to the biggest town in the district, biggest town in the county of St Neots, yeah, and you'll find it's very, very difficult. You end up either driving down the A1 if you want to do that, or going up Granston Hill, which is quite dangerous, or going on this national cycle route, which will take you around Grafham Water. So actually, connectivity of cycle doesn't really exist in some of our some of the regions. And I think that is a consequence of a lack of investment over years of the Conservative administrations. And so one of the reasons why I'd like to support this motion, and I'm going to second this motion, or have seconded this motion, is because it will expose the gaps in the active transport network. Lots of us would like to cycle more, but a 2020 survey, National Transport Survey, said that 66% of people didn't cycle, who wanted to cycle, didn't cycle because they were scared about highway safety. And so having safe, navigable and accessible routes is indeed a really, really key outcome of this motion. We heard from Councillor Goldsack that we should be spending more money on potholes. Now, firstly, as far as I can sure, that bikes don't cause potholes, and we're spending £1.5 billion on the A14 with very little active transport provision. We're spending another £1 billion on the A428 upgrade with no active transport provision. So Councillor Hathorn, who lives in the new St Neots constituency, so I like to think of the greater St Neots these days as well. If you tried to cycle to St Neots, type into Google Maps on the cycling route, it will send you along the A428 and almost certain death, which I don't advise you do because we don't want any more by-elections. So I will be happily supporting this motion. Yeah, and I should just say thank you very much.
Thank you for that. And finally, Councillor Hathorn, if you'd like to sum up, please.
Yes, thank you for the debate on that. So as Councillor van der Ven pointed out, the key thing here is about being able to assess in advance whether you can get to the place you want to go to and whether it's safe. And that's the bit that's missing. So and knowing what the route is going to be like is what gives you confidence. So that is what it's really important to capture here. Yes, there are definitely missing links. And yes, I totally agree that not every footpath and cycleway, whatever, is easy to use. And it is really, really difficult. We do try as a family to cycle, like at the weekend or whatever. And we're not super sporty. We don't wear loads of lycra. We just kind of plod along with a 9-year-old who complains a lot. And we made it to Ely, and that's been a really good trip. But I recognise, it sort of depends on what time of day and whatever. And some of those connections are really good, and some of them not. I recognise it's not perfect, but there are links out there that I also think, even if you're local, you don't necessarily know about them. So, I moved to Impington as an adult, and so I don't grow up with that local knowledge of where all the connections are. As it happens, I have cycled and run to March, so I have been to March by active travel. This is not so, everyone's talking about potholes at the moment. I didn't want to talk about potholes, but it's been brought up again and again. What I read suggested to fix the potholes would be £14 billion over 11 years. And that's a figure that's probably an underestimate and getting bigger all the time the longer we delay. So does that mean we don't spend any money on this until we fix the roads? I mean, that's just not. If we have to wait to spend any money before all the potholes are fixed, then we might as well, frankly, all just go home. It's not massively expensive. In some cases, it might even, it's even just pinning a map up on a wall, which frankly, I think the council can bear the cost of. And a really key point is that, yes, maybe there are more people driving in certain parts of the county, but no one under the age of 17 can independently drive, and lots of other people don't own a car, don't have access to a car. So, that's what this is about. And I was really pleased to hear people talking about NMUs. It's such a horrible term. I've mentioned cyclists throughout this. I really appreciate hearing other people talk about the variety of other users of these paths. I wish there was a term that wasn't so clunky that we could use, but yes, wheelchairs, pedestrians, runners, equestrians, cyclists, children on balance bikes and scooters. These are all the people who use these paths. So, I mean, this motion is a motion about value for money. What have we got? What's out there? And can we get better value out of it? Can we tell that story? Can we make sure that people know about it? So yes, it's been an interesting debate, and that's my motion.
Thank you for that. I intend now to take an electronic vote on this motion, as there has been a certain amount of dissent expressed. Mr. Snowden, would you please start the vote?
Thank you, Chair. Members in favour of the motion, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the motion, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain.
Have we all voted, Councillor Tierney?
I'm now closing the vote. Chair, the result of the vote is as follows: 45 votes in favour, 3 abstentions. Therefore, the motion is carried.
Thank you very much. That concludes discussion of the fourth motion. We now move to the fifth motion submitted by Councillor Alan Sharp. Can I ask Councillor Sharp to move and speak to his motion as set out on pages 10 and 11 of the council agenda? Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair.
we've probably spoken about potholes in the last two motions more than I'm probably going to talk about them in this, but still. Thank you. I propose this motion to council to highlight the issues that we face with our county's roads. My email inbox has become inundated with comments about the state of our roads, with potholes and larger areas of roads that have worn down. That is in addition to the numerous telephone calls from residents. We have vehicles slaloming down the road trying to avoid potholes, which increases the risk of collisions. And I do take on board Councillor Mills' comments in the previous debate that obviously there is a risk to cyclists and walkers as well. So, you know, it's not just car drivers. In the recent district council elections, this came up time and again on the doorstep. And I feel that I need to ensure that the residents, sorry, my things scrolled down too far, on the residents' behalf, that we achieve the best that we can. My LHO has been inundated with requests, both from members of the public using the portal and myself identifying locations which need repair. Obviously, some of those reports will not meet the repair criteria, but we do have a massive task in getting these getting these repairs fixed, and the state of our roads improved. The Conservative group put forward a budget amendment in February to put more money into the highways maintenance budget, but that was rejected by the ruling administration. So we are left with a budget that is less than ideal. So without an increase in funds, that actual expenditure will not meet the expectation of our residents. The extra monies that we are due from government through the combined authority is very welcome. And I note the press release from the ruling administration that these monies will be allocated to road maintenance, which is welcome, rather than being used to reduce debt as happened previously. However, if the ruling administration had accepted our budget recommendation, we could have been in an even better position to have really made a good attempt to get us into a positive situation. Over the last 3 years, in 2019 to 20 and 2020 to 2021, we've repaired over 60,000 potholes in each year. Yet that figure goes down to just over 48,000 in 21-22. Those figures show to me that we have more to do with addressing the road issues. But it is not just about the numbers of repairs. It is about the standard of repairs. I know that there is a need for emergency repairs at various times, and a proper repair is then completed afterwards. However, there are a large number of failures as a few weeks after they've been repaired, the repair opens up and needs further attention. This is what annoys residents the most, as they see it as wasting their money. Certainly I've probably had more comments about the standard of repairs than the actual numbers of potholes, to be quite honest, certainly in the last few weeks, you know, during the election. I know that we have very conscientious officers, but there is nothing wrong with us as elected members challenging them to do better and listening to the challenges that they face. However, I just don't just want to touch on roads. There is an urgent need for repairs on footpaths and cycleways. Because of the urban nature of Cambridge, there is more money spent on pavements or cycleways in the city than elsewhere. But obviously in the rural areas, there are issues with the standard of footpaths as well. So we just need to, you know, not think just of the urban centres. I ask that the draft plan is presented to the next meeting of council in July, so that we can debate and see what we can achieve to make the roads as best as we can for our residents, while spending their money as wisely as possible. I recommend this motion to council.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. Do you have a seconder, please?
I'm very happy to take this one.
Thank you, Councillor Goldsack. Do you want to speak now or reserve your
I'd like to reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. We have received a notice of an amendment, and so that is Councillor Beckett.
Yes, Chair. Do you want me to speak now, or do you need a seconder first?
No, if you could move the amendment and speak to it, and then I will call for your seconder. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Firstly, I think it's important to note that we're all aware of the state of the roads that they're currently in and that things are not perfect. I use that as a British euphemism, that when we say not perfect, we know that everybody is really struggling out there.
Councillor Beckett, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but nobody can hear what you're saying. You'll need to stick closer to your microphone.
Apologies, I shall try and cower and tether slightly to my microphone. I think we're all aware of the state of the roads as they currently are, and I don't think anybody in this administration thinks that they are ideal. I think we are all working as hard as we can to try and fix those roads. The reason that I move this amendment is not because we dispute that work needs to be done on the roads. It's merely because of the reason why and the things that will help those roads, and that's where we disagree with the opposition. It's important to note that the current state of the roads are not something new. It is not something that has happened over the last 2 years. It is not something that's happened over the last 5 years, the last 10 years, but it's because of decades of decline of our roads, decades of mismanagement and decades of borrowing against the asset, essentially. Ever since the start of austerity, we have not been funding our roads enough, and that has been apparent across the piece. We've seen, obviously, in that time, our grant funding agreement from central government cut. In real terms, over the last 8 years, we have seen it more than half, from 144 million down to 60 odd million now, I believe it is. Just think about what difference that would have made if we had an extra 60 million this year to invest in our highways. So there are a number of reasons why our roads are currently in the state they are. Underfunding is definitely one of them. We are currently able to put 31 times less funding into our local roads than national highways put into their roads. But it isn't just underfunding that we have as a problem. Some of it comes to unfair funding. And I know that the opposition talked earlier on about the state of Fenland's roads. Well, I think those of us that live in the city or South Cambs or other areas, in particular in South Cambs, will obviously note that currently the state of the roads in South Cambs is far worse than in Fenland, particularly when it comes to potholes. And if we look at the reasons for that, it depending on whether you slice it per kilometre or per resident, South Cambs has received almost half the amount of funding for carriageway resurfacing and maintenance under the last administration to what South Cambs got. There are many reasons why Fenland needs help on its roads. There is many problems with soil damaged roads. This is not about resurfacing Fenland's roads. Fenland's roads need much greater help. They need rebuilding, not simply powdering over the top of them with the resurfacing. So Fenland's roads do need investment, but also South Cambs roads have been left to neglect because of the money being put into Fenland's roads and just resurfacing the top of them. Large amounts of investment are needed there in that. Highways is a bit like an oil tanker. When we took over, it was heading towards the rocks. The captains and officers had already abandoned ship. We had no director of highways when we took over, simply an interim. Most of our assistant directors were not in place. Simply put, highways have been left to neglect under the previous administration. They'd cut grip cutting, one of the primary things that stops water pooling at the side of the road and helps prevent maintenance. They'd stopped apprenticeships, which meant that one of the big problems we have now is actually getting enough staff. We weren't training staff. It's one of those big issues that it keeps coming round and round again, that it's not just about money. There are so many issues in highways that have led to this. It is not just money. It's money, it's lack of resources, lack of having people in the industry that can work on it. If we had all the money in the world right now, we would not be able to put it into our highways because every other administration is currently seeking the same resources. We have not been training enough highways engineers over the years to be able to do that. We've seen poor quality control within highways over the years. We simply haven't been checking up on all the work that is done by both our own staff and by our term maintenance provider to make sure it's done to a high enough standard. We've seen inflation hit 30% after the failed trust budget. That has led to havoc within highways. And finally, it's all been capped off by the weather that we've seen recently. And that has been the straw that broke the camel's back and has left our roads in the current situation that they are in. I don't think any of us here disagree with the fact that a lot of attention needs to go onto our roads. I'm hoping when we come to the main motion, I can talk about some of what we have been doing to improve them. There is an awful lot that we are doing to do that. But this amendment aims to outline that it is more than just money that the roads need. It is sustained investment, it is sustained time, and it is sustained effort from all of us to help give us and our residents the roads that they need. Thank you.
I understand, Councillor Shaler, you are seconding. Do you wish to speak now or reserve your right to speak?
I'd like to reserve my right to speak. Thank
In
you,
which
Chair.
case the debate on the amendment is now open. Councillor MacDonald.
Thank you, Chair. This is naturally very serious subject, and we know that our residents across the county have concerns in this area. I hope we can make a couple of observations as previous Chair of Highways. First of all, on the point of taking over Highways as Chair at that time, not only had all the crew on the oil tanker analogy abandoned ship, they were in the lifeboat and many of them were already sitting on the beach. So that was the situation we had. And Councillor Count referred earlier on to staff leaving the organisation. When I took over Chair of Highways, I had no senior staff in Highways to actually address the problems. Coming back to the current situation, one of the things that all of my residents comment on is the extreme conditions that we experienced in 2022. We had summer temperatures of plus 35 degrees for 6 to 8 weeks. And in the winter, it was common to see temperatures of minus 10 degrees. And this affected us all. I remember driving through Falmere after one particular parish council meeting where it was minus 12 degrees. And these conditions produce problems all over the country. The Daily Mail, of all people, reported as many highways issues and potholes in Tory-run authorities as other authorities in the country. So forgive me just for a second, a slightly lighter note on a serious subject for observation on the opposition situation. For those who are fans of the Men in Black movie series, you'll remember that people are administered a memory loss through a neuralizer. Well, I can only imagine that maybe one of the Steves has administered that to the group, and they've forgotten the situation that occurred in Highways for many, many years, has been already quoted by Alan in recounting the numbers of potholes, 40 to 60,000 in a particular year. So when we look at the information from the Asphalt Industry Alliance, they have quoted a national cost of 14 billion to repair all the potholes in the country. And that figure is up 1.5 billion on the previous year, notwithstanding the costs of materials to make the improvements on the roads. The Daily Mail looked for what they thought was the worst road in the UK. Thankfully, that was not in Cambridgeshire, it was in Essex, which of course has been in Conservative rule for a very long time. So I would like to support this amendment because the amendment clearly recommends a specific delivery timescale and a specific delivery plan to come forward to the council. And I think that's the right way to go. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to take you back to 2016 under the previous administration. This was my first year as county councillor. Within that year and the next 4 years, I continued to ask for 2 roads in my division to be resurfaced as they were in very poor state. Year after year, being told the funds had run out. I endured this constant disappointment for myself and the residents when in the 6th year they were done. Since the joint administration have been in control, I have seen in St Neots parts of the Great North Road pavements, the whole of St Neots Road pavements, both sides, resurfaced, not slurry sealed, resurfaced. I have seen many parts of Amesbury, paths being slurry sealed, and I know many more will follow, as I've asked. I have seen a vast improvement. However, we must continue to keep improving and not drop the ball for our residents. I will be supporting this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Nobody else has indicated that Councillor Count.
Thank you, Chair. Yep. Okay, a couple of issues I want to pick up with. Basically, everything that everyone has over there said, but I'll go into a bit more detail than that. There was no sampling is included in the actual amendment to the motion. And I took offence to that, so I asked the officer, And John Munslow responded, no, there is a sampling regime in the previous administration with milestones. So I'm sorry, but that part of the motion is simply incorrect, and so is the speech that went along with it. They talk about the cut from the central government that's actually happened, that's caused all this. But the 2 years you've been in charge, you've actually had an increased settlement from central government. You've had an increased tax base, and yet you chose this year to cut the highways budget by £710,000 in real terms. We're told that this is nothing new. This has been going on for years. Well, I can tell you it is new, because this year I haven't ever had an inbox as full and conversations as full with residents saying how bad the situation is. And they're a good weather vane. And these are the same residents that let me know when the Beast of the East arrived, and we did have a bad year. This year is by far the worst. And how do we know it's worse and it's not our legacy? I'll tell you how, because potholes get created by cracks in the surface because there isn't a good road surface there. And you proudly put in your press release that this year you are doing twice as many potholes as last year. Well, last year was the legacy of the Conservative government. This year, it's your legacy. So this is something new. It is your legacy that you're failing on. The action plan that you're coming up with, I welcome actually some action. And thank goodness we put this motion forward, because if not, we'd still be waiting for the combined authority to allocate the money for the S&R committee to actually consider it, whether to pay off a loan or not, or actually put it into highways. But when I read what the action plan is, which includes deploying 3 extra dragon patches in Cambridge and South Cambridgeshire, I just sit there aghast. That's what it says. We're going to start off, we're going to get their roads perfect first. Forgive those that live in East Cambs, Huntingdonshire or Finland. As usual, they'll just have to wait. What a laugh talking about grip cutting being the cause road. It was the Conservatives that reintroduced grip cutting because the recommendations had failed, and the Liberal Democrats and Labour voted against the budget for that grip cutting that you're now enjoying. To hear that all the money in the world won't fix it just shows lack of ambition. Lack of effort. This we are seeing time and time again. It's easier to be so laid back you're horizontal than actually to deal with problems and tackle things as they come in. We heard the people strategy earlier on, no action plan attached, took 2 years to get it, and yet you are saying that you're short of staff. Then why on earth don't you actually deal with things in a timely manner and put some effort into it? The whole method of speeching, the whole manner of this amendment debate is just to rack up excuses to blame the Conservative government, excuses to blame legacy. We've now discovered that a bit of warmth in the summer and a bit of cold in the winter isn't weather, it's climate change. And that only happened this year and never happened before. I'm sorry, but I can't just agree with this amendment at all, but I am glad that Alan brought forward the motion. I'm glad that it actually kick-started some action, and I must congratulate Simone Taylor on getting the work done in her area immediately after the administration took over, spending the increased budget the Conservatives put in the year before that you voted against. So thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Count. Councillor Goldsack.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to change tack because I don't really want to repeat what's already been said. Recently, I escalated an issue through the Chief Executive, who very diligently passed it on to the new head of highways, who's been in post 5 minutes. And I welcome Frank, and I'm looking forward to meeting him next week when he comes out to Isleham to walk the village roads with me, with the parish council, so that he can see exactly what's going on. But the point I make is the question that I had went from the Chief Executive to Frank, and I won't name the other officers, but through 5 levels of officer, with the net outcome that the local highways officer has got to work harder. This is what we're up against. These are the problems we've got, okay? We've got issues here in the structure of highways. Now, look, you can blame the previous administration, you can blame the start of austerity, you can go back and blame Disraeli if you want, it doesn't matter, right? You've been in charge for 2 years. You've had the opportunity to set the budgets for 2 years, okay? the customer, the council paying public out there have never had as much problems as they've got now. Some of us in this room, or probably a good proportion of us in this room, have been out knocking on doors for district council elections. I can tell you, right, this was 100% the number one issue. It was ahead of STZ, it was ahead of anything else. The number one issue was the state of the roads. Now I'm going to bring you back to my little village, okay? And I think I've used this before. I know there are elderly people in our village who do not own a car, and we are bus traps. You cannot get to where you want to go. I'm going to wrap up soon, so I know my time's not out, but I'm going to wrap up soon.
We're just having a debate about that, actually, because I'm not sure whether the clock stopped or whether
it never started.
Okay. Well, normally Councillor Count is very on that.
Well, I'm normally on it as well, but it's difficult to do that and talk at the same
Sorry,
time.
Councillor Goldsack,
I'll take another 30 seconds, okay? These people dare not walk to the one shop we have in our village, and they've got the local group that was formed in the pandemic still doing their shopping for them. They dare not walk because of the trip hazards of the pathways on that route. That's not potholes, that's not anything, that's pathways. So this administration, by these actions, is alienating an elderly cause of people and disabled people that cannot get to their local shop because of the state of the pathways. Now, all I'm asking you to do is take some ownership, take some direction and ownership. We don't want the, you know, flag waving this and the flag, this your fault. Take some responsibility. When you were elected to this thing, this man here stood up at Duxford and said, with this office comes the burden of responsibility. Okay, that's what we're asking you today to still take. Please do that. For those reasons, I can't support the amendment and I'm still on with the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Goldsack, and apologies for interrupting you time-wise. Councillor Netzinger.
Thank you. So I'm going to start by looking backwards and then try and look forwards a little bit. The situation we inherited 2 years ago in the Highways Department has been outlined by both Alex and Peter. The department was in a dire state. The Conservatives had signed a new contract, but had done nothing to enable the monitoring of that contract, and we were paying the contractor for work which had not been carried out. The rage of residents at seeing their homes and businesses flooded because gully clearance had been cut back, and when blockages were reported, they were marked as complete when they had not been cleared, was extreme, and not unreasonably so. Our first priority has been to focus on ensuring that that contract is properly monitored and that taxpayers' money is not just going into the hands of contractors for work that was not done. And I just want to pick up on what Steve Count was saying about that monitoring. So the way in which that contract was monitored was that the ordering system generates a 5% sample of the orders that are passed back to the person who raised the order. That monitoring has not been, even that 5% had not been robustly managed in the past. And when that generates a KPI, and a nil response to the sample generated a pass on quality. So that was the way things were. That is what we have to change. There has not been monitoring of the quality, and it needs to be done, but that is the situation that we inherited. Just to go on to the 170k in real terms. In real terms is the really important factor there. That was on a 30% inflation rate as a result of the trust budget. So I just want everyone to think about what a 30% inflation rate in our roads and transport system means for our transport budget, which is massively under pressure already. However, I do agree very profoundly with Mark Goldsack that the public are not interested in who is to blame for this. They are interested in who is going to fix it. And it is the responsibility of all councillors in this room and all of us to make sure that we do everything we can to try and fix this problem. They are right that it is a high priority. We all depend on the use of our roads. When our roads are unsafe, people are trapped in their houses, and that's true for all road users. But fixing it is really not going to be easy. We have a tight budget. We have rocketing costs in some elements of social care, as well as a continuing massive inflation problem in highways. So finding the solutions to this is going to need every councillor to think about it and to work together. So I do want to ask that when this motion is finally passed as amended, I hope, that actually we all take that away and we all concentrate on thinking about how we can contribute to finding solutions to this problem, because it is a whole council problem. It is not helpful to just blame people endlessly. We have to find those solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Milnes.
Thank you. And picking up on that point, I'd like to thank Councillors Sharp and Maguire for joining others of us on the potholes working group, because we have been seeking to find answers to this. We haven't been sat idling by at all, Chair, through you. And some factual correction. If we look at the budget between 2021 and 2023, it was 3 years. It was reduced in 2021. So this is the potholes, highways, maintenance block, integrated transport block that the government provides us. It was reduced by 7.5 million. On potholes alone, 2.25 million was reduced. It stayed static for the 3rd year. So we've clearly, in a time of accelerating costs, had much less to do, much more. One of the issues that I had to point out to our local MP, who questioned us about the quality of our road repairs, was the utilities that destroy our road surfaces. And the freeze-thaw action that we saw in such effect at the end of last year, in the first week in December, where we had 5 continuous days, as Councillor MacDonald pointed out, of sometimes down as low as -13. The impact on the road surface of that weather alone was absolutely devastating for our roads. It's never been as bad. We've gone up from something like 5,000 recorded potholes to 10,000. And we are taking really immediate action on all of those issues. We've increased the amount of resources that we've had, the number of crews out there, because we recognize that this is a devastating problem for us to fix. But we are acting. So I support this amendment, Chair, and will be voting for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't sure whether to speak now or to speak later, but I thought I would speak now in view of the comments which Councillors Count and Goldsack have said. I've got a lot of sympathy for Councillor Alan Sharp's motion, but this is not a new problem. Since I was first elected to this council over 14 years ago, potholes and lack of pavement maintenance have been the biggest issues in my division. Long-standing members will recall that in October 2011, Cabinet accepted the recommendations of the Highways Maintenance Review, which I led, and this led to a substantial additional capital budget allocated specifically to highways maintenance. But this has not been enough to fix all the problems which have been occurring, partly due to government and local conservative policies and their budget cuts that we've heard about, partly due to rising inflation, but all in all, with climate change and everything else, the condition of our roads and pavements continues to decline. Many of you will recall Councillor Matthew Shooter extolling the virtues of 2 wonderful new dragon patches. Well, now we've got 3 more, which, although you might not think they're the best answer to fixing potholes, do a perfectly adequate job. And so I'm delighted that we've been able to buy these additional dragon patches. And these will enable us to operate on a proactive basis rather than the purely reactive strategy adopted by the previous administration. Now, the joint administration took over control of the Cambridgeshire County Council in 2021, following 10 years at least of decline in our highways network under Conservative leadership at the council. We've been given this extra £3.6 million from central government, but that is a one-off amount, and it's unlikely to be repeated unless a general election leads to a change in government. However, I am delighted with that money, and I'm even more pleased that the focus on potholes with the group that's been referred to and the work that's going on at the Highways and Transport Committee, we're getting a much more deep and better understanding of potholes and how to fix them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Dr. Van der Ven.
My points have been made. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Hunt, has your point been made?
Thank you very much, Chair. I actually have an enormous amount of sympathy with some of the members on that part of the chamber who are representing divisions that are in Cambridge or South Cambs. And I understand that they want to the best for their residents and they're rightly employed to represent them. And of course, it was interesting to hear, and I must apologise, I don't know everybody's names. I was hearing about the different ways that people use pathways or cycle tracks and what they use. And it seems to me that although the people from Cambridge and South Cambs want absolutely gold-plated system for their residents, and who wouldn't, there is the guided bus, which people in Cambridge can use. There is quite an extensive bus network that can be used. There's a pretty good train station with more being expanded. There is the bike, there is the electric bike, there is the buggy, there is the taxi. Now, the reason that the fen roads are so important is that the people who live in the fens very often don't have access to any of those options. And their only option of getting out to work, to health appointments, for entertainment, for shopping, whatever, is the car. Therefore, although I recognise standing up for your residents, please bear in mind that it is the car as the only thing that gives the lives of people in Fenland and in many parts of East Cambs a reasonable life. It needs to be taken into account. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. Councillor Shaler, you reserved your right to second the amendment. I have no other speakers, so I am calling on you.
Thank you very much, Chair. First, I would like to pick up on one of the comments from Councillor Count. We are responsible for public money. And although it is a little more complicated, in essence, relying on a privatized subcontractor to do their own quality control is not good enough. Chair, all of us know people injured by potholes. Quite a few of us here today have a friend who recently spent 4 days in hospital. I would like to convey my thanks to Councillor Sharp for giving us the opportunity to highlight what we're doing across the county to address the scourge of potholes. We're not only getting tough on potholes, but also tough on the cause of potholes. It has taken decades of neglect to get where we are. But now we have moved to a data-led, needs-based allocation of maintenance effort. This is not based on areas, this is based on need. We have also moved more resource to proactive measures. Chair, I would like now to do a brief but slightly deeper dive into the causes, if I may. A pothole doesn't form unless there is a pre-existing fault, fissures, cracks, and brittle bitumen or tarmac that is well beyond its sell-by date. These allow the integration of water. Water cannot be compressed. So like a hydraulic ram, as vehicle tires press down, the water is blasted deeper and deeper into the surface, creating ever larger cavities, cracks, until the matrix breaks down and fails. Ice just accelerates the process by expansion. Chair, I think we all know that potholes are dangerous to road users, especially cyclists and those on foot. and they cost around £60 per pothole to fix. So both unsafe and very expensive once they form. By finding these pre-pothole conditions, we can stop potholes forming in the first place. This can cost as little as £2 per square metre. That way, we treat many more potholes, save money, and the nightmare for users. We completed 18,000 square metres of proactive work last summer. So while it may be difficult to imagine, the potholes in this extraordinary winter would have been much worse without that work. So I say thank you to our road crews. I know what you did last summer. 2 years ago, we had to fill, as it was said, 68,000 potholes. But because of the proactive work, last year this came down to 45,000. We are now accelerating the proactive work, and this needs to be emphasized because while we can all see potholes, it is much more difficult to notice all of those sites where there would have been potholes. So thank you again to our dedicated officers and road crews, and thank you.
Thank you. And finally, Councillor Sharp, you have the right to reply to the amendment.
Thank you, Chair. I'll address a few points that I've noted going through the debate, and it's been a very interesting debate. I mean, during the last few weeks, we've adopted a new Olympic sport called pothole golf, which has certainly taken off. And I would prefer that, and I mean this in a sincere way, Councillor Shaler, but getting them fixed rather than be a photo shoot with a pothole golf is probably better. But you know, I don't want to dwell on that because I think you do a lot of good work within highways and transport. I agree with some of the things you've just said, proactive work, and certainly I'm looking forward to trying to see the 18,000 square metres of proactive work we've put into, we've done. It was good that obviously the ruling administration, as I said earlier, have going to allocate the 3.3 million, I think it is, into frontline maintenance work rather than into reducing loans. But you can't blame everything that's happened on previous administrations, whether that be the county administration. I've only been a member here 2 years, or the government. Eventually, you've got to start taking responsibility for what you're doing. We do need more people walking in rural areas, especially the elderly. So that's looking at footpaths or pavements. Quality monitoring. Part of my degree is in statistics. So when somebody takes a 5% sample, then from a statistical point of view, you extrapolate that and see where it comes. But I'll be interested to see how the new monitoring that you'll say you're bringing in will work. And you know, generally, I'm looking at that. I will work with you if you take the right actions and continue to challenge and scrutinise on highways and transport, even with one less member. We will certainly ask all the questions, and this is what part of this motion is doing, is actually challenging, because our residents think that there is an issue, which we all know is an issue, and even the amendment acknowledges the issue, and every member who's spoken today has acknowledged the issue. So there is a massive issue. Our residents deserve better, but I will continue to challenge, and I'm sure those on this side will continue to challenge. I cannot support the amendment, but I look forward at some stage to being able to get the roads better for our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. I will now take an electronic vote on the amendment as put forward by Councillor Beckett and seconded by Councillor Shaler. Mr. Snowden, can you please start the vote?
Thank you, Chair. Members in favour of the amendment, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the amendment, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please Did that come through?
So nearly made it.
I'll read that again. Members in favour of the amendment, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the amendment, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain.
Councillor Hunt, you haven't voted. Well, think a little faster, if you wouldn't mind. It's been a long day.
Chair and closing the vote. The result of the vote is as follows: 32 votes in favour, 14 votes against, no abstentions. Therefore, the amendment is carried.
Thank you very much, Mr. Snowden. That means that the amendment becomes the substantive motion. We have already had a lengthy discussion, but I am obviously conscious that Councillor Goldsack, you reserved your right to second the original. Doesn't, oh, I see. Oh, good. Right. Councillor Howard, Councillor Dupre, anybody else? Councillor Beckett, Councillor Count, anybody else? Councillor Councillor, oh my lord, right, okay. Councillor Goldsack, would you like to speak now, or would you like to speak at the end of the?
I'll take the opportunity to speak now, Chair.
I think that's very sensible, because I may well guillotine the further debate.
And shall I time myself this time, or?
Toss a coin.
Okay, thank you. I think most of what's been said has been said, but I just want to go back to one particular subject, which is grip cutting. Okay, if you are driving or walking or cycling along a road in an urban area, this is towns all over the place, then the likelihood is alongside you isn't a grass verge and isn't a very deep ditch, often a dike. Okay, grip cutting. We had a wonderful explanation from Councillor Shaler as to what causes a pothole. If you follow that legally, if you follow that to the word that he told us, okay, and I've got no reason not to believe him, the grips get water off the road that stop that happening in the first place. Okay, now I understand that Milestone have a new grip cutter, and I'm going to get a chance to have a look at it. That looks like that was news to the head of highways, which is quite interesting. But that's what I'm being told, and we've got a chance to have a look at this. Fantastic, because I can tell you now that on the road this morning between Chippenham and Snailwell, which is a route that I use to come to council, grips had been cut, and you could see the difference already. On the road from Isleham to Chippenham, no grips had been cut, and there were still puddles there from the rain of a couple of days ago, causing no end of problems for future potholes. And let me just go back, not just for motorists. Motorists is bad. Let me just go back on the cyclist route. Okay, if you've got a car behind you or an oncoming traffic, you cycle as close as you possibly can to the left-hand edge of the road. Correct? That's what you do out in the fens. Trust me, you don't go into the middle of the roads. Okay, right. If you do that to the left-hand side here, you're going to come across the puddles. You do not know what's under those puddles. Apart from alligators and hippos, you don't know what's under there, I can assure you. So get these grips cut, get them done more. I'm disappointed we're at this point. I thought it was a good motion from Councillor Sharp, but I don't really know what to say. I'll reserve a judgment.
Thank you for that. Councillor Howard.
Each comes to those who wait. Chair, I wouldn't normally speak on highways issues, which are very well dealt with by councillors Beckett and Shayla and our colleagues on highways, but I actually agree with Councillor Sharp that it is fair to reflect on the dissatisfaction expressed by voters about potholes in the recent local election campaign. Let me list some comments I heard from voters in the campaign, which I've compiled. One said, the council is accused of having the most reported potholes in the country. Another, the message is loud and clear, the council needs to do better. Another, there's one pothole every 1/10 of a mile. Another, small potholes can be annoying, large potholes are dangerous. Another, it's frustrating how the council goes out to repair surfaces, but leaves nearby potholes without fixing. Another, it's a bad bit of road, but then again, all the roads in the area are as bad as each other. Another, where I live, the roads are atrocious and they do absolutely nothing. Another, we've had a pothole which took nearly 2 years to repair. And a final one, some streets are just appalling to drive down. That's not unique to our road, it's a nightmare. Now that's all pretty troubling to hear. I hope you agree. However, Chair, the first 5 of these comments come not from Cambridgeshire, but voters in the campaign from Derbyshire, Solihull, North Lincolnshire, Warwickshire, Reigate and Banstead, and from Gloucestershire, all of which are under Conservative control. The next was from Bournemouth, Poole and Christchurch Council, the next from Bracknell Forest, the next was from Stoke-on-Trent, and the last from Swindon, in each of which I just drop into the conversation that Labour took power from the Conservatives in the elections. So when I listen to Cambridgeshire Conservative councillors proposing this motion, I understand that what they're really doing is chasing electoral gain. But if they were to tell the truth, as my friend Councillor MacDonald says, this is a problem for Conservative councils as much as any. The delightfully named Fill That Hole, which compiles data from all local authorities, actually shows that under this administration, Cambridgeshire is above average for pothole repairs. Conservatives should not repeat the dishonesty that money has been cut to highways when this joint administration's budget this year put extra investment in. We've established those 3 new extra teams filling potholes.
Councillor Howard, I have a point of order.
Related to something I said earlier in the speech, I was very specific with my words. This administration cut £710,000 from the budget in real terms. That's after inflation. Those figures come from officers. They're not to do with Liz Truss's regime. They're not made up by me. I have the email trail to prove it. So there's no dishonesty
Thank
from
you,
this
Councillor
side.
Cant.
Don't misinterpret
It is
me.
a point of personal explanation, in fact. Councillor Howard, if you'd like to continue, please.
Thank you. My point is that investment was put in alongside the budget, which the Conservatives conveniently choose to ignore, which has established those 3 new extra teams filling potholes and doubled the number being filled. Conservatives should congratulate the joint administration on that achievement, not criticise it. And they should apologise for a Conservative Prime Minister who says the government has put money into potholes, but when they have actually made a net cut of £300 million since 2020. A Prime Minister who 2 years ago said he would end the pothole problem, and this year has seen Britain with 8 million potholes, the worst ever. The truth is that the Conservatives on this council are living in the past. They're ignoring what's happening in the outside world, and they refuse to accept reality. Yes, they refuse to accept reality too, that roads are indeed deteriorating more because of extreme weather caused by climate change. A bit of warmth, Councillor Count said. And instead, they're trying to criticise this joint administration when we say so. My generation knew a song about how many holes it takes to fill the Albert Hall. Conservatives should acknowledge that there are now enough potholes across Britain to fill 1,500 Albert Halls. And instead of trying to blame Cambridgeshire, do as the leader of the council says, take responsibility. Join with us in doing everything possible we can do in the local context to address a problem which is really not of our own making.
Thank you. Councillor Dupre.
Thank you, Chair. Frankly, I don't know anybody in Cambridgeshire who doesn't think that our roads are absolutely atrocious. I think I won the prize for finding the most atrocious road in Cambridgeshire on the day of the Reach Fair on the bank holiday Monday earlier this month, when I decided to drive home from Reach along the road from Reach to Upware. And I don't know if you know that, but it was quite a thrilling ride, I have to say. And at the end of it, I came up to a barrier where there was a highways maintenance vehicle and 2 signs saying road closed. And I thought, oh, how am I going to get out of this then? And the gentleman got out of the van and I said to him, how do I get out? You closed the road. He said, and I said, it wasn't closed from the other direction. He said, no, it wasn't closed from the other direction. We only closed it one way from this direction. I thought, how does that work then? And it was obvious what had happened. The Reach Fair was on and somebody had decided they didn't want all the insurance claims of people who didn't know the road trying to get to Reach via that road. So they just shut it off at one end. But it was an absolutely thrilling ride. And if you like off-roading on the road, I really would recommend it to you. So nationally, there's a problem. This isn't just a Cambridgeshire problem, it's a national problem. It's on our motorways as well as potholes all the way down the M11, the M25, whatever. 1 in 5 roads, we're told, has less than 5 years of life left in it. That is a national scandal. We are not looking after our infrastructure at the highest national level. And that's going to come back to bite us, and it is already doing so. Then there's the long record of local neglect. There's the inflation that we've seen that's already been discussed that has eaten into our ability to address all of this. There's the extreme weather, and it's not just a bit of warm weather or a bit of rain. It was fields on fire during the summer. So we've got our fen damaged roads as well. And there's a misapprehension about the scale of that problem in East Cambridgeshire and Fenland and the rural areas. The suggestion that you can shuffle a bit of money around to deal with it just is out of all proportion to the sense of the problem that we have. It's a bit like that bit in the Douglas Adams Hitchhiker's Guide galaxy where the outer space fleet invades and is swallowed by a small dog. You know, it's just that lack of proportion there in understanding how much money is required to address that. And there's also the contract that's not helping us. And there's also, I think, issues about the work undertaken and how that's monitored and how that's dealt with and how that's overseen. And we are asking all the questions about that. We are absolutely clear that this is the top priority, not just of residents of Cambridgeshire, but of this council and this administration. It is absolutely our top priority. We don't need a motion from Councillor Sharp to tell us that. I just wanted to close with one final observation. We have heard that in these rural areas, the only way you can have a quality of life is to have a vehicle. And Fenland has been used as an example of that. And we've just been, Councillor Beckett and I, looking at the 2021 census returns. And in Fenland, 15.9% of households have no access to a car or van. 15.9%. That's not only a lot of people who apparently have no quality of life, but it is also, in fact, the highest number per district in Cambridgeshire of people without households without a vehicle of anywhere except Cambridge. So Fenland is not this outlier where everybody has a car and it's all right. Fenland is actually the 2nd lowest car owning district in Cambridgeshire. And if what you're saying, through you, Chair, if what the opposition is saying is that that means that those people are being denied a quality of life, then there really is an issue for them about whether they get with the programme and support ways of getting people around by proper public transport, proper active travel, and supporting people to move around freely. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dupre. Councillor Beckett. Are you making a point of order, Councillor Hunt, or a point? Is this relating to a misunderstanding in a previous speech? Is it something that you? I think, Councillor Hunt, that is neither a point of personal explanation nor a point of order. So please sit down. Councillor Beckett.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Dupre, those stats about car ownership you had are actually eye-opening to me. I have to confess that I had never looked up the exact numbers of that before, but it is really fascinating to see that we do think of Cambridge City and South Cambs as being the bikers, but when you put it into context, actually, Fenland are the ones that rely on public transport or bikes or other things. So therefore, we do need to be helping as much as possible and allowing those people that don't have access to a car actual proper ways of getting around. So I'm sure that's something we will come back to again. What I want to start by saying is I'm hoping this can be slightly more positive. Councillor Sharp, thank you for bringing this motion, and thank you to you and Councillor
Through the chair, Councillor Beckett.
Sorry, Councillor Kingsley, through the chair. To my opposition members who are also on the Highways Improvement Board, thank you for the work that you do with us in trying to figure out how to get on top of this issue. I know that you guys also have seen the same graphs as me about pothole numbers, so I know that you will realise the fact that South Cambs has about 2.5 to 3 times as many potholes currently as the North does. But that is the graphs that we've seen, and we are using a data-led approach to that. So that is why the dragon patches are currently having to prioritise slightly the areas that are currently worse. I would also like to take the time to thank our officers right now. I think some of them might well be watching this, but the work that they are doing right now, sometimes 7 days a week, to get on top of this is amazing. We have LHOs coming in at the weekend right now, trying to get on top of this and trying to deal with this around the country. So no matter what we say here, I think we owe it to our hardworking officers to actually say thank you to them for everything that they are doing. This is an epidemic right now. Normally, we'd have about 5,000 potholes on our backlog. We currently have 10,000. And the work that they are doing around the clock to try and fix those is nothing short of astounding. Normally at this time of year, we fix about 1,000 potholes a week. We are currently fixing 2,700. Just think about that as a sheer order of magnitude, more potholes that our officers are currently marking up, currently getting to, emails they're answering and everything else. They are all under a phenomenal amount of work. And the work that they are doing under such difficult circumstances is quite frankly heroic in doing it. So I do just want us all to spare a thought for them and the work that they are doing. We currently have 8 crews manually out repairing potholes, where normally we would have 4 at this time of year. We have, as we've heard earlier, 5 dragon patches compared to the 3 that we would normally have. We're implementing a find, record and fix regime, where we use video surveys and artificial intelligence to go around all of our roads and identify where those cluster spots are, where the needs are, and make sure that they are fixed first. We are making sure we are taking a data-led approach to this and making sure that we are fixing the areas that are worst in the county, not the areas that we all anecdotally think are bad. We need to do this scientifically and we need to get on top of it. It's also really interesting, I know we've seen this in the Highways Improvement Board, to look at the stats of what that means, just to give people some kind of understanding of it. A traditional pothole fix with a normal crew costs about 60 to 70 pounds-ish. With a dragon patcher, that's about half, less than half. A proactive dragon patcher, so the work that we are doing now to get out ahead of it, can be as low as £2 to £3. That's an order of magnitude cheaper if we get ahead of this and make sure we're ahead of it. It is the thing that we need to be doing to make sure we get value for money for all of our residents. So I'm really proud of the work that the Highways team have been doing to try and implement that. We will obviously be using all the money, all the extra money that we are being given from DFT on this one. Our officers were incredibly skilled and intelligent, realizing that this was a national problem and securing resources ahead of other local authorities. We knew this money, there was a chance this money was going to come, so therefore we found the resources. That's why we have the extra dragon patches where other local authorities don't. So a massive thank you to John and the team for getting ahead of that. Alan, thank you for highlighting this, sorry, through you, Chair, of highlighting the issue, but our officers really have been on it, and I really do welcome the work that they have been doing. They have also obviously been working on apprenticeships. We've talked here before about not having enough highway staff, not having enough trained highway staff. I am really delighted that they are bringing up apprenticeships and getting more apprentices through. But to come back to the final thing, actually, well, one last thing very quickly, asset management system. We all know that we haven't been connecting the dots properly and making sure that potholes are actually properly fixed all the way through the system. I'm really excited about the work we are doing there to bring on board a new asset management system that will help us close the loop. I'm running out of time now, but obviously this is a national issue. It really is a national issue. And we are working as hard as we can, and I welcome the opposition for helping us work on that. It is an issue that affects all of us.
Thank you, Councillor Beckett. Councillor Count.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for welcoming the motion, which Alan Sharp brought forward. It certainly has shone the spotlight on the inadequacy of the road networks, the cycle paths, the pavements. And I, like other members, you know, it is the responsibility of all of our councillors to work together to try and fix this. And I certainly include myself in that. In fact, part of my role is actually to help motions like this come to council so that we can force some action through, which we've seen from the press releases that were immediately released after this came in, the allocation of resources and the way it was going to be used. So I'm really glad that Councillor Sharp, Chairman, brought this forward, so it actually forced this information, these actions through. I want to pick up on some of the confusing points. There was somehow a delight that 15.9% of the people of Finland, not those with Penrose, but in Finland, didn't have access to a car, because this is what we've been saying. This is not a feather in your cap. This is what we've been saying, that you keep ignoring those areas of social deprivation. If those people don't live in a town centre and don't have a car, there is a really limited public transport network and almost inability to use push bikes on many of the roads. So I welcome what sounded like a change in policy direction to stop focusing all of your efforts on the south of the county and start helping us in other areas. I've got to take issue with the fact that Councillor Dupre managed to find what she believed was the worst road in the area as she drove from from A to B recently. Obviously, the problems with the signage at the end is under your regime, unless you're saying that they were left there 2 years ago by the Conservatives. But I've got to say, it can't be the worst road, because there are roads I can't travel down that are adopted with my car. That's how bad they are in Pendon. I cannot get down them without trying to lose my exhaust to the side. I'm glad that with recent action, I've got a visit plumbed in with Frank Jordan, who I welcome the appointment of, and one of the things that I hope can help to turn things around. We've got to take issue with the speech by Councillor Howard. I've already pulled him up on the fact that there was a real terms cut to the budget. I stayed seated despite him saying, but that ignored all the investment. This was the total highways maintenance budget, including all the capital and revenue. There was a real terms cut. It was all of the money. There was a real terms cut. The one thing I won't do is work alongside the councillors if they expect me to improve things by cutting the budget to the highways maintenance. We've all agreed it's bad. And whilst you blame the Conservative government and the Conservative administration, you've spent Conservative money, Conservative government money, taxpayers' money, previous administration leftover money on your political priorities. And your priority has not been highways, footpaths, cycleways, because you cut the budget this year. There's a very small margin last year. What we actually need is increase there instead of all the other things that you spend your money on. I cannot get over the fact that because other areas in other parts of the country and other reports say their roads are bad, that's okay for Cambridgeshire. I don't remember, I was a former leader, I don't remember standing here and saying, poor quality is okay here because somebody else has poor quality elsewhere. I don't care the colour of their badge elsewhere or what their reason is why they're there. We can't just sit back and say, because it's not very good elsewhere, it's okay to not be very good here. This is what our residents want us to deal with, and therefore we must unite and actually take some responsibility, you as the administration, us holding you to account in actually dealing with these, the condition with the repairs. Scientifically, you cannot fill 100 Albert Halls with potholes. You fill anything with holes, you actually don't get anywhere. Just a little bit of science lesson there. And I'm going back to Councillor Dupre's signs. The road was closed. Well, the roads that you've chosen to put up in my area are roads unsuitable for vehicles and bumpy roads, reduced speed limit. The leader of the council, Councillor Nett Singer, was on Jeremy Sallis' show. She said, you'll just have to get used to driving on more bumpy roads at lower speeds. all of that, blaming Conservative government, blaming legacy, saying you just have to put up with worse conditions, that's just giving up. That's not taking responsibility. That's not leadership. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Count. Councillor Dr. Goulet.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. A short comment from a local member's perspective and a reading recommendation for everyone in the council. I really feel strongly about this, and I haven't planned to speak on this, and I'll do like I'm not going to speak on this, but I really listened to the debate, and representing Abby, like I really do feel strongly about this debate, because we often hear again and again on every single debate, especially highways debate, Cambridge City being pitched against Fenland. And I really think this debate is really narrowing down the issues at hand. And it's also ignoring the inequalities within the different districts and within the wards in the different districts themselves. So for example, there are areas in my ward in Abbey, which are quite good highways wise and maintenance wise, areas that are really, really lagging behind. We have to think about the diversity, about the different types of maintenance issues. So while, for example, in Abbey, in my area, I have seen improvements in footpath resurfacing. I have seen things that have been reported for years, like painting a crossing near a local school, being done, finally. Still, we have areas like Newmarket Road, which indeed, as quoted in the motion, is in a terrible state, which are, of course, problems that have been visible for years and haven't been repaired yet. So I think there's a mix of local issues. I think we have to be honest about this. I think we can't ignore the fact that national politics does play a part in this, and we saw that trustonomics and the massive inflation will have an impact on our service budgets. But just on the very local level, I'm really upset to see this pitting one district against each other, because it ignores the inequalities. And I want to recommend a reading, a report that was circulated to all of us members from our highways officers, which is the Areas of Deprivation Road Condition Report. It was received, circulated to all members in November. And if you actually look at this, yes, of course, unsurprisingly, some of the areas in the top are in Wisbech, are in March, but two of them are actually in my division, which is in Cambridge City. There are other very bad areas in King's Hedges, in Chesterton, to mention just a couple. So I think we really have to think about, as it was said previously, about the need. We have to think at very local level. We have to think about inequalities within the wards, and not just say well, this ward is in Cambridge City, they're wealthy and they have good roads, and this ward is not, because the inequalities are at the very local ward level. So I just want to mention this. And just to end with a comment, if anyone thinks that their bus routes are amazing in Cambridge City, I invite everyone to be on the bus with me and see that buses and cycles also go through potholes, and the repairs need to be for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sharp, you have the right now to complete the debate.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very, very, very brief. I'm pleased I brought this motion, because I think there's certainly been a lot of good debate this afternoon in terms of the issues. And certainly it's brought out some of the things that I certainly will be going back and looking through some of the claims that have been made in terms of what's been done. And I'm not disbelieving what's been said. Will be interested to dig in behind those. The only thing I'll say is that obviously the administration has now been in power for over 2 years. So I think you've got to start taking responsibility for what you're doing, rather than blaming the previous administrations and the Conservative government. So, but I stop there, but I think it's been a good lively debate, to be honest. Thank you.
Thank you. Certainly lively. Thank you, Councillor Sharp. We are now going to move to an electronic vote. Just to remind you, as we have had 20 speakers, the amendment proposed by Councillor Beckett and seconded by Councillor Shaler was agreed by Council. Therefore, that is the substantive motion on which you are now being asked to vote. Mr. Snowden.
Thank you, Chair. Members in favour of the motion, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the motion, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain. Chair, I'm now closing the vote. The result of the votes is as follows: 29 votes in favour, 13 abstentions and 1 against. Therefore, the motion is carried.
Thank you, Mr. Snowden. That concludes discussion of the motions. We move to agenda item 17A as set out on the agenda, the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Combined Authority and Overview and Scrutiny Committee oral questions, which will be dealt with in accordance with the protocol set out in Annex 1 of Part 4.1, Council Procedure Rules of the Council's Constitution. There will be questions on this later. Can I remind you that councillors may ask questions for a response by the council's appointee on the Combined Authority and its appointees to the Combined Authority Overview and Scrutiny Committee, which relate to the decisions of the Combined Authority Board and Overview and Scrutiny Committee as set out in the generic report provided. That generic report summarising the decisions made by the Combined Authority's formal committees is included in the agenda on pages 185 to 208. Can you please raise your hand if you wish to ask a question of Councillor Netzinger, the council's appointee on the board? You will have 2 minutes in which to ask a question, 1 for a supplementary with a maximum of 2 minutes for a direct oral response for each. Anybody? Good. Can you please raise your hand if you wish to ask a question of Councillor, well, it won't be Councillor Atkins, will it? Perhaps we'll make Councillor Cootes do it. Or Councillor Goldsack, the council's appointees on the Overview and Scrutiny Committee. Again, 2 minutes in which to ask a question, 1 for a supplementary, with up to maximum of 2 minutes for a direct oral response to each. Anybody? Good. That's splendid. Thank you very much for that. We move to the next item, which is written questions. No questions were notified by the deadline, so that therefore concludes the business for the agenda today. Thank you, officers, for your sterling work, and thank you, colleagues, for your input and attention. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done.
Hold on.